Start with the karakia. Okay. Manawa mai te Māori nuku, manawa mai te Māori rangi, he manawa nui, he manawa tahi, he manawa ora e, he whakamaua kia tina, hui e taiki. Welcome everybody to this council meeting on the 25th of June. First I've got apologies, I think it's just apologies for an early departure from Councillor Wolfe, and everybody else is online. For those of you who are online, can we have the cameras on for councillors, please, just so that we know who's actually on. So just to move and second for Councillor Wolfe's early departure, Councillor Saw and Councillor Makarini. All those in favour, please say aye. Those opposed, none. It's done, thank you. Conflict of interest declarations. None, okay, very good. Confirmation of the public minutes of the council meeting on Thursday the 11th of June 2026. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Connolly and Councillor Rhodes. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? None, thank you. Kia ora koutou to our guests from Te Atiawa ki Whakarongotai and Ngā Hapu o Rākawa, welcome. This probably takes us to item 5, which is the approval of mana whakahono arohi agreements with Ngā Hapu o Otaki and Te Atiawa ki Whakarongotai. Do we have an officer who's going to come forward to speak to that? Hannah? Okay. Morning, Korua. We're in your hands.
Morena koutou. Today we bring forward the mana whakahono arohi agreements with Ngā Hapu o Otaki and Atiawa ki Whakarongotai. As a quick recap, councillors have already seen the purpose of these agreements, the statutory basis under the RMA, and our progress through workshop discussions earlier in the month. What we have before you today is the first version of those agreements reflecting current practice. From the outset, this has been grounded in partnership. We've worked alongside mana whenua to co-design the intent, scope and approach. It reflects how we work together, and it puts the tiriti in practice, and we can safely deliver on our obligations, commitments and strategic outcomes of partnering. Importantly, this work here, at the heart of it, it brings two environmental organisations together to work together, and that is Council and mana whenua. Although they have different roles, they have shared responsibility over the environment. A key strength of this partnership is bringing together knowledge systems. In closing, before I close, I'd like to just invite mana whenua up to share their perspectives on the work done through the mana whakarohi process. And we have kaimahi here, the staff here, to also answer technical questions.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that. I think I put you in the box seat there, Denise. Morena Kim.
Morena. Kia ora tātou. Tēnei te mihi kia koutou katoa I huhu mai nei tēnei rā. So probably I'll just start. So you've obviously got the paper in front of you. You've obviously read it. You've obviously formed your view on it. So I'll just speak probably to the whakapapa of the paper and the work that's sat behind it. Because what we find is that we're all of us in a space where we're finding through legislation reforms, we're starting to see what we know to be true, which is that when you have local knowledge and you're working closely with your committees, which this council and councils before you have done, the value in that from a regional perspective. And we find ourselves both in a situation where your autonomy to make decisions and your rangatiratanga is being not questioned, but maybe is not as it was once before. So we find ourselves in that situation. And as mana whenua, we have a bit of experience in that. So what we see is we all know what it means to be close to our communities and to be caring for our whenua and our rohe. And so we've experienced that, obviously, when you have the whenua there and your greatest intention is to protect it, and that rangatiratanga that you once held gets moved along because of someone else's desire. So that's the situation we're all in now. We're also in a situation where the whenua that we are fiercely trying to protect is now going to be managed somewhere else, by somewhere else, with someone else's rules. Again, it's very hard, and we understand it's very hard to watch as that happens. And as much as you care for what you're doing and the whenua in your communities that you're working in as councillors, to not be able to fulfil that promise that you made to your constituents, because we have to live with that every day. We have to watch as people come, use our whenua, use the resources, understanding what we know and watching it be depleted. So probably the other thing that we do know is that kotahitanga is always going to be the way forward. And the document that you have in front of you, it's to do with legislation, it's a piece of paper, but what sits behind that, everything in every line and every paragraph of that document, which both teams work very hard on in a very short time frame, it doesn't talk about something that we want to happen. It talks about something that's already happening. So already our teams from grassroots level up work so closely together, and we both have seen the benefits of how we work together and what that can achieve. So the work that you see in that paper is actually happening now. It's actually the relationships and the connections that we have managed to manifest with not only GWRC, but with our communities, with our councils, with other local groups, with other local councils. All of that stuff is being done right now, right here and now. So this is the culmination. What's in that report is the culmination of what that work is doing. And we can see the benefits of that now. We've never been more aligned on the ground than we probably are now. The difference now is we're both in the same seat, where that rangatiratanga and that kaitiakitanga that you once held may not be there for the future. And so we've sat and seen that happen over time. So it's probably less of a, this is a new agreement that we sign up to. It's more of a, we've proven that it works. It's been working for us for years. And we spoke about it just before. There's other rohe in the motu that don't have the relationship that we have in this area. We are very fortunate and very blessed to have that great relationship with not only Greater Wellington Regional Council, but with our local Kapiti Coast District Council, and many interest groups throughout our rohe. So we understand that that's a privilege, but the only way forward is going to be together. And we can see the fruits of that now. So really, you're not signing up to anything new, you're just signing up to what's there and what's working, because we've proved that it works. And I can't speak for your team, but our team definitely sees the value and the joint value that we bring together. We always talk about the sum of its parts not being greater than the whole. This is it. Together, on our own, we can achieve great things. Together, we can achieve greater things. And I suppose I'll just hand over to Auntie Denise.
Kia ora tātou, tēnā tātou e whakauhi mai nei tēnei ata. Tēnā kau te miki pōwhiri mai kia mātou. Kia tātou mai ki tēnei o ngā huhuinga. hei tāpiri atu pē ki tākium, is where there's trust in a relationship, it will always bear good fruit. And I think, the work that Ngā Hapu Ōtaki has done with Wellington Regional Council for the last 30 years in the time of Te Aratahi, and then just more recently in the last 4 to 5 years with Ngā Hapu Ōtaki, where we've assumed that role because of our geographical location in Ōtaki, is to say that I don't think there's been a day where we've met with any member of GWRC, be it councillors or staff or board members, that we haven't found traction in going forward and wanting and being able to achieve what we both wanted to achieve. And I think where you have a willingness for two parties and people to come together, in this case it's a council and it's an iwi entity, if we had more relationships like this, then the country might be a bit different. But I have to say that, Greater Wellington Regional Council have led a pathway to do that. And councillors, I look at you all around the table now, some of you are back again for another term, and just to say that we've sat at the table with you just for the good of advancing things for our people, to make sure that they have a better place in the Greater Wellington region. Ōtaki sits on your northern boundary. We're pretty proud of where we sit and the area we sit in, but we'll always be ready to sit at the table with people who want to enhance and work with positive relationships and honesty. And I think we've done that. So Darren, Koutou, Nigel, for both teams, governance and operations. Yeah, tautoko i ngā kupua. I really want to thank what you've done, because I think our people are really impressed, and our team are behind us, those that work hard on the ground. But we see the fruits of it, yeah, and we always have faith that when we come to the table, be it today or tomorrow or next year, hopefully, yeah, that we have faith that the people we're sitting at the table with will walk in the same direction we do. So tēnā mianga kia koutou, I whai whakaro nui ki tēnei. Tēnei hono tahi o te ati awa ki whakarongotai, Ngā Hapu Ōtaki, kia koutou o te kaunihere. Yeah. Kāre mutu te tuku mihi kia koutou katoa. Tēnā koutou.
Thank you.
No.
Thanks, Korua. Helena Richard, welcome.
Ai ngā rangatira, te pane matua taia, tēnā koutou katoa. I ngā rangatira o Ngā Hapu Ōtaki, tēnā kōrua. Tautoko tō kōrua kōrero, tēnei ata. He mihi nui ki te pane matua taia mo te karanga. Ki tō mātou tainga mai I konei I tēnei rā. Tēnei te mihi ki te kaupapa nei. Te whakahono, te mana whakahono a rohe I Wainganui, te pane matua taia me te ateawa ki whakarongotai. He kaupapa nui tēnei. He tino tohu o te kaha. Te hononga I Wainganui I a tātou. He mihi nui ki te mahi ngā tahi ki tēnei whakaaitanga. E titiro whakamua ana mātou ki te haere tonu, ki te whakatīnana, tēnei whakaaitanga. Hei painga mo te taia, hei painga mo te iwi, me ngā uri whakatipu. Ko Richard Evans tōku ingoa, ko au te kai whakahaere matua, mo te awa ki whakarongotai. Ko Helena Gerritsen parata tēnei, te tumuaki, te awa ki whakarongotai, e onore nui kia māua, ki te tainga mai konei tēnei rā, mo tēnei kaupapa tino whakahirehira mo te iwi. Just wanted to, first of all, acknowledge the leaders here of Te Pane Matua Taia for allowing us to present here in this week on this extremely important kaupapa. A lot of huge mahi has gone in from Te Pane Matua Taia and from the iwi of Kapiti Coast to put together something which protects tino rangatiratanga as we move forward. We're in an environment where we feel like we're being bombarded. What's next? We need to protect our te tiriti relationship that we have. And as I said, it's a haere tonu as far as we're concerned, because we see that beautiful relationship that we already have with Te Pane Matua Taiao. But we also acknowledge that in this environment, that needs to be protected for our mokopuna, for our taiao, and for the uri that are to come after us. So that is why this is so important. We need to be, at these times, to stand up for tino rangatiratanga. We need to stand up for those generations to come, and we need to speak for the taiao. I want to acknowledge all of the mahi that's gone in to present these agreements that we're looking at today, and I want to acknowledge your mahi that you've done to have a look into, to do your diligence into these agreements. But what we're seeing here today is a protection of what we have today, but not only that, but to advance this relationship forward to the place where it needs to be to protect our taiao and endure the protections that are in place. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Helena, I don't know whether you would like to say anything
Oh, I just
else.
have a little thing to say.
Helena loves to.
Always have a little thing to say.
But kia ora tātou.
Got it. Thanks, Richard.
Tēnā rā koutou, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. My little thing is a big thing, really. I'm here to celebrate something very, very special. And what makes it special is we all talk about partnership and te tiriti o waitangi. And in most instances, we only just talk about it. But in this instance, we are enacting partnership to the best of our ability in our lifetimes. And that must be celebrated. So I'm here to celebrate an exquisite day with this amazing bunch of people who are there for the same reasons I am, for the betterment of our people. Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou katoa. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Helena.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thank you, Korua. Right, we still have the paper on the agenda. I have a mover and a seconder in Councillor Makarini and Councillor Ponta, but before we do that, can I ask for questions from councillors in relation to the paper? Councillor Connolly.
So my question will involve a bit of crystal ball gazing, so not entirely helpful or fair, but recognising that there are new or replacement RMA legislation on the cards and also amalgamation, putting those to one side, how do you see these mana whakahono arohi agreements progressing in the future? Like you've said that essentially what we've got today just codifies our existing relationship. Presumably there is a desire to progress that into new areas of working and new ways of working. How do you see that happening, especially given the current uncertainties?
Tēnā rā tātou, I ngā rangatira te Pane Matua Taiao. Tēnei te mihi ki a koutou I ngā mana whenua o te rohi nei, tēnā koutou. As part of the approach that we proposed here at Council, this is the first step, so this is the version 1. In terms of the next approach, immediately after this would be the version 2, and that is to build on these current agreements, but also to review against the new legislation about how the agreements now need to go forward with. So as we advised prior, the version 2, we're going to take the 18 months to do that alongside with our partners, and we'll work in what that legislation, what that new legislation or new planning system looks like, and take into account that as well.
I guess just as a follow up to that, like, what specific areas of outcomes would you see version 2 kind of venturing into or looking at?
In relation to the Resource Management Act, so in terms of resource management matters, I think what you'll see in version 1 is a glimpse of those components, but again, recognising that the new planning system will be new, we will have to work that through together. It's hard to say for sure exactly what, but you have got some indication, at least in these version 1 documents, on where the focus will be.
Good point. Thank you. Other councillors? Questions? Just looking online. Quentin, Penny? No? Okay. Councillor Elder.
Yeah, just a little bit more clarity around the funding would be very helpful for councillors on this. Obviously, it is funded by ratepayers, but I'm not really seeing it clearly articulated anywhere where the resourcing, the long-term liabilities or commitments are explained anywhere. Can we get some clarity on that, please?
Thank you, Councillor. Most of the reporting is actually done through the Environment Group and other ways of working on partnership, even through the Whaitua planning implementation plan. So they're weaved into other documents, strategic documents that include delivering together and iwi participation and iwi lead mahi. So that is reported on actually annually. We will provide some further detail into that through the Tiriti Committee as their role of supporting partnerships. So that will come through in August, in the 25th of August date, I think, for that.
So can I just, I'm not sure that Councillor Elder is going to be entirely satisfied with that response. Can I just try to get under the cover here, Tanya? So we have the mana whakahono arohe agreement, then there is effectively a contractual relationship with the iwi. How do you move from the mana whakahono agreement to the contractual agreement? Is that what you're sort of getting to, Councillor Elder?
Yeah, and can we get a sort of a rough annual figure in terms of what it's actually costing?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, thank you. So currently, Tuapapa is connected to the Memorandum of Partnership that already exists. We envisage that will replace this and will function in the same way. It currently stands at $200,000 per iwi. As to the long-term plan decisions, I think in 2021. So we carry that through this process.
Anything to it?
Yeah, no, thank you. No, Tanya's answered the question exactly right. The Tuapapa funding, which has been in at least 2 long-term plans from previous councils, which has flowed through in each long-term plan decision, is that figure to each mana whenua partner. That codifies that. It's still a conversation for you as a council when you go through your planning, as it would always be, but that's exactly what this mana whakahono was doing.
Okay. Councillor Connolly.
Sorry, if I could just drill into the funding question a little bit as well. That tuapapa funding, that is already in place for mana whenua, for all our mana whenua, whether or not they have a mana whakahono agreement or not. So to a certain extent, when I say it's unrelated to the mana whakahono agreement, but the mana whakahono agreement is not going to change that tuapapa funding, nor is the provision of those of what is referenced in the tuapapa fund. In the mana whakahono arohi agreements actually tied to funding. There are separate funding agreements that exist with all mana whenua partners.
There's a question coming in.
Overlaid. I'm just checking that my understanding is correct. Is that correct?
God, you saved yourself just at the last minute. There it comes. So there was a question. Did you hear it?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Councillor Gaylor.
Thank you. I just wanted to check. So this agreement, when will the next one be redone? Like, it's not every year, is it? Is it 3 years or 5 or?
Kia ora, Councillor. So immediately after today, so pending approval, it starts immediately and it's for the next 18 months. So the approach here was to, again, version 1 being capture what we currently have in existence, so current practices now, but build on that from here on for the next 18 months. And then after that, it's generally, I think it's a 3-year review process. It's between 3 and 6 years. But I think part of that discussion for the next version is understanding what that review time frame is.
And just to add to that, part of that review process is because of the new planning systems coming into play. So we're taking time to make sure that the systems connect through those.
I think the issue here is that the new RM reforms are going to turn both of our worlds upside down, so we need to understand and capture that in a new agreement.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think as our mana whenua partners talked about, this is actually codifying a relationship we have in place that's been in place for a long time, and is reflecting the partnership we have had in place for a long time. This is a tool that currently exists in the RM system. Whether or not it exists in the future, that is a moot point none of us can answer. But what does matter, that actually what we have had by way of history, what we're codifying today by way of the mana whakahono, exists in our partnership into the future. Because we may look different, we may look the same, but what we know must endure is the outstanding partnership and relationship we've had to deliver joint outcomes. And whatever we look like in the future, if we can stand in partnership with our mana whenua partners around the outcomes we're looking for in that relationship and for the tataia, that is what this is. So that is trying to answer the question you heard Councillor Connolly earlier, but it's really the whole point of what we're trying to achieve here. It's simply a piece of tool that we have in the current legislation, but it's much, much more than that.
So as a follow-up, can I check, like, is that 18 months, is that also connected to our long-term plan process where we actually review the funding and determine if we do it, if we don't do it, how much it will be, less, more, whatever?
The 18 months is actually set out in the legislation, so it's more connected to that as the longer process of being able to develop a mana whakahono. So it doesn't really at this stage capture that type of funding, but because it talks about the relationship that's required to work through in the partnership space. But it could do. Yeah.
That's going to run on a separate parallel process, but it coincides with these discussions. So, yeah. Okay,
Thank you.
Councillor Saw.
Thank you. Just want to acknowledge mana whenua in the room and thank you for coming to be here on this day. And yes, it's been a long time coming. In the previous term, we had this poster. There's a question coming, don't worry. There was a poster on the back of the wall that began from the establishment of the Wellington Regional Council and the evolution and the progression of partnership and that relationship. And I note Whaia Denise mentioned aratahi, so I guess there's a thread or a whakapapa to this relationship and the maturation of it. Leaving that aside, with that approach, is it fair to say that the Mana Whakahono Arohe Agreement is a way to streamline and consolidate all the various activities? One thing I think I've seen in my term in a bit is that there's good intention, but there's also lots of things happening at different levels and perhaps not one place to streamline everything and to have both parties working efficiently. Is this a way that we're able to do this? And there's a second part to my question, which is, does this give Greater Wellington better accountability in terms of monitoring its own funding agreements, its outcomes and activities, and does it have a place in our response to our own treaty audit?
Kia ora, Councillor. It's one of the mechanisms that does that. It also formalises our commitments that we make in partnership. So it formalises the process and the decision making in terms of the RMA matters going forward. Because what we also found as part of this work is that we hadn't necessarily documented some of the ways of working that we had in practice. So again, it will formalise those processes, but also with that formalisation, it will help actually monitor and report against our progress. So yes, I see these agreements as a way to strengthen those things.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Saw. Any further questions? No. In that case, we've got a mover in Councillor Makarini, a seconder in Councillor Ponta. Councillor Makarini, would you like to address this paper?
Sorry, wrong button. He mihi nui kia koutou i te whānau. Just want to start with that. Also want to mihi do a huge mihi to all of the mahi that both partners have put into this. It's been a short, sharp, very hard mahi tahi exercise. So just acknowledging that. Pretty much, I won't talk too long because pretty much, our mana whenua whānau have covered everything that I would love to say, and it just so eloquently, much better than I would have. But I just want to say that we are really lucky to have you as our partners, and appreciate the amazing mahi, and what you bring to this partnership. I agree with you, Whaia Helena, and we join you in celebration. As Greater Wellington, we feel really grateful and supported to be navigating these really choppy waters that we find ourselves in, and doing that in koteitanga with you. So just another mahi on that. But I'm really happy with the formalisation of what's already there, and that's been described in this paper, and absolutely support it moving forward in a very excited way, acknowledging that there's still a lot of mahi ahead of us. So, ngā mahi.
Kia ora, Councillor Makarini. I think I'm probably in danger of covering the territory that's already covered by our earlier speakers, but I can say that really what these two agreements do is underline a relationship that we cherish as the Regional Council, and that we have found incredibly productive at both an organisational but at a personal level. The ability to pick up the phone, to sometimes deal with a bit of raru that we both bring to the table on some things, but as Whaia Denise has said, always with an eye to sorting things out and finding solutions, and I think that is the testament of a good relationship. And so this, from my perspective, bodes well for the future. Congratulations to both iwi hapu and to our own staff in sort of carving out two agreements that, as I say, will underline how we approach things in the future. Any other councillors wish to address this paper? Councillor Conley.
Just quickly from me, I wanted to say how much work has obviously gone into this, and it's been done so quickly as well. So I appreciate all the work that our Greater Wellington kaimahi have done, but also the work that mana whenua have done to get this on the table so quickly. And I hadn't appreciated how much I would value having this document, because it's the first time I've seen written down a kind of list of some of our joint work in the RMA space, and I found that particularly valuable. And I've been here a while, and I sort of thought that I would have had a really good understanding of the breadth of the work that our partners do, but it was a new eye-opening experience for me to read through the full list of everything that our partners do. So I found it a really useful experience to date, and I look forward to where these agreements are going to go in the future. So thank you all so much for working through this and coming in today. Thank you.
Okay. Any other councillors? That's any online, others? Councillor Tupu.
Kei te tiamana, e koutou mā, te mana o te rohi nei ki te mihi ki a koutou, rauranga tira mā. Ko tai mai nei mo tēnei kawanata. Thank you for coming and having watched this journey over time in the mahi, shared mahi space of the whaitua, of the ngahere, and of recent concern, the air quality. And these are concerns that certainly some of my constituents, our constituents, share as we move through these challenging times. Yes, reform and uncertainty, but politicians come and go. And as Uri, you will always be there, and you'll always carry the responsibility of the kaitiakitanga. So regardless of who's sitting at this table in the next 2-3 years, your presence reassures us in those spaces of restoring what has been broken over time, our environment, and maintaining that which we still have for generations to come in our mokopuna. So, kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Okay, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Paper passed unanimously. Congratulations, everybody. We'll now move to sign the two agreements. My understanding is that I didn't have a hand in this, but Ngā Hapu is going to be first, then Te Atiawa ki Whakarongotai. And it's going to happen down the back, and then we will adjourn and move into have a cup of tea. Kia ora. right, meeting adjourned till 11:15. We have moved on to item 6, which is the adoption of the 2026-2027 annual plan. Kia ora, korua. Do you want to take it away?
Morena Koto, I'm through the chair. This is the last step in the process for completing the 26-27 annual plan, which of course is year 3 of our long-term plan. After working with the council, officers have presented you with a plan that includes a proposed average rates rise of 9.7%. Before moving to the recommendations, I do want to acknowledge that the earlier council decision in May to apply scenario 2 for the additional fuel cost would have resulted in a 10.1% increase. So we're bringing today 2 additional recommendations that have been included to recognize that decision, and subsequently that we've applied, that council has or will be choosing to apply reserves to reduce the final amount to that 9.7%. And we've brought them up on the screen for you here. We want to thank the councillors and of course the officers that have worked with us in shaping this plan. Of course, it reflects a significant amount of work through the current time, and we're happy to take any questions.
Okay. Questions, councillors? Any questions? Councillor James and then Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, team. I just have a question for, this is probably more directed at the our wonderful MetLink team. Just in terms of the what we will deliver section has a very nice, I like that, very nicely laid out, both for the environment and for the MetLink stuff. But I just wanted to double check, because we've been having a lot of discussions about over the last few months about making sure that there was some investment and plan set aside for working up a mass rapid transit proposal coming out of the back of the Let's Get Wellington Moving work. And I just wanted to double check that that was going to be something that would be included as part of this annual plan.
Through you, Chair, we are looking at that. It might be that actually is in the LTP for the following for the next triennium, but we're looking at where we can fit that into the work program. The work that's likely to come forward in the next year relates to Golden Mile.
You got a further question? Okay, come back to you. Councillor Johnson.
Mine's a hopeful question. With the, it looks like the dividend might be more. Is there any chance that we can use some of that dividend to offset some of the costs that we're facing in the next year? And was it the amount? I guess the secondary question, I don't know where I should be doing this, but the secondary question is it the amount that we actually budgeted to get, or is it, because I gathered it was actually slightly more than we budgeted?
Do you want to go first, Ellie? Do you want me to go? I'll start first while he's... So yes, we the dividend we're getting from the port is slightly more than I think we had budgeted, so that's positive. It's still an interim dividend, so that'll be washed up at the end of the year, but that is looking positive. That will go into the general reserves, typically, is how we dealt with it. And then you as a council, as we go through the LTP, can consider how you use those reserves. So it could potentially offset rate increases in the future as a general reserve item. No. You are, but you exactly what you've agreed to previously. Could you use more now? No.
Yep. It goes into a pot that we can dip into to offset. Further questions, councillors? Councillor Collins?
Just riffing off Councillor James's question, there is some flexibility presumably within budgets for reprioritisation if we were keen on seeing some of the mass rapid transit visioning progressed in the current year. What are kind of the bounds of what you can reprioritise without needing a further council decision.
New capital and new debt requires council decision. So if it's a new project, we would come back to council. But certainly we already reprioritise within OPEX, especially when we have issues or overruns in any part of the organisation, not just Meatlink.
So the transport reserves and the general reserves, they could be applied through a council decision to something like a mass rapid transit feasibility or whatever.
They could, but there won't be anything left in the transport reserve at the end of the year.
So it'll be the general reserve then that we're looking at.
Yeah, and that would definitely need a council decision.
Right, which is
you'd
where
be
the port
taking
money
a
is
general
going.
rates benefit across to a public transport benefit.
Okay.
That would be quite an unusual thing to do.
Just as a follow-up on that, given the NLTP planning cycle, if we don't progress it in the next annual plan, then won't we then have to wait until potentially the 2030 NLTP to get co-funding for this potential business casing out of the feasibility work?
So we're talking currently, folks, about the 26-27 annual plan, was just year 3 of our current long-term plan. So we could look at what type of projects you would want to include in the next long-term plan, which is the 2027 to 37 period.
Next year, in other words.
So we are in the process now of looking at what you'll want to look at for 27, 28, 28, 29, so on and so forth. So we can include these things in the next 10-year period long-term plan.
Yes, but I'm saying with the transport funding cycle, if we don't start working something up in this coming financial year, then we can't apply for the 2027 to 2030 NLTP process for co-funding for business casing, which is my concern, which means if we're pushing everything out into the LTP process, then that means we have to wait until potentially 2030, assuming that we still exist.
Through you, Chair, the way that we are, take a step back to the way we are approaching or thinking about the, if it's mass rapid transit or bus priority, we're thinking about that in terms of the network overall. So, and you'll see in the work plan for 26-27, we've got the Wellington Rapid Transit bus corridors and capacity improvement. So that's kind of the first stage, if you like, of some work that we would do that might form the basis of a mass rapid transit kind of a thing. We need to do a piece of work on the overall future of the network, and the and anything to do with mass rapid transit would fall out of that. So in the next financial year that starts next week, we will start looking at that overall network piece. And then when we're talking to you about the long-term plan, we expect to be looking at what are the particular projects that might sit under that would be, we'd be putting in a funding bid through the LTP for those to be completed in the next 3 years from a business case point of view. They wouldn't be ready for investment until the following triennium. So certainly we wouldn't be pushing off the business case to the triennium that starts 2030. We'd be looking at whether the funding for the business case in that 27 to 2030 triennium.
Might be a conversation that we take offline and sort of just work through some of the details around that. Any further questions, councillors? Do I have a mover and a seconder for the annual plan? I'm certainly happy to move it myself if I have a seconder. Deputy Chair, Councillor Connolly, thank you for saving the day. I don't have anything to say on the paper other than nice, efficient process that you've run to get us to this point. Thank you for getting us to under 10%. I think that's good, though not clearly as good as we would like to be going. But there's a balance between driving down rates and actually being able to offer a reasonable set of services and what have you, particularly in the transport area, but also environment. Councillor Conley? No? Anybody else wish to? Councillor Free?
Just to say that I am grateful that we have managed to keep the rates general rates rise to 9.7, which is what we went out to consult on. Given that we didn't get an abundance of feedback on our consultation process, I think it's really wise of us to stuck to what we went out with, because we don't know if we would have, if we'd gone out with something different, we might have got different reactions. So I'm relieved that we've come up with a way to keep it at that. And it's good to note too that it is less than what was signalled in the LTP, but still probably more than we'd like to have it in this current environment. Nevertheless, I feel comfortable enough with it. Thanks to everybody who's worked so hard on that.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Free. All those in favour, please say aye. Those opposed? No. It's a unanimous decision. Thank you. Paper passed. Moving on to paper 7, setting of the Wellington Regional Council rates for 26-27. You should have an updated report on this. Morning, Ali and Ashwin.
Kia ora koutou, councillors. Setting of the rates can be quite a technical paper, but without it we don't have revenue next year. So it's actually especially important that we do this, and so I welcome any of your questions, but Ashwin is going to take us through a bit more of the detail.
Thanks, Ali, and good morning, councillors. Just to add to what Ali just said, there are various controls that we have built in with the rates resolution, and with this particular one, we picked up this issue after the papers were sent for the council meeting. It refers to page number 178.27, one particular catchment scheme where the cents and the dollar were not accurate. Since then, we have had another check of the whole resolution just to make sure that the numbers are accurate and it aligns with our rates model. So that has been done, and we are comfortable with the paper so far. Just one other point, in terms of valuations, so all the territorial authorities in the Greater Wellington region follow a 3-year valuation cycle, whereby once every 3 years they do a full rating valuation with the registered valuer, and in the intervening years they do like a desktop valuation. In the current year, we have had 3 councils which have done a full rating valuation. They are Porirua, Upper Hutt, and Lower Hutt City Council. As a result, they are, in particular, water asset valuation rates have significantly gone up, but those assets will be transferred to TRKY on the 1st of July. Besides that, I'll take the paper as read and happy to take any questions.
Okay. Just a question from me, really a question of clarification. You mention in paragraph 9 the Trentham Army Camp, and so can you just explain how? I read that paragraph several times and I'm still trying to get my head around it. So how does the provisions in the Local Government Act affect Upper Hutt residential ratepayers because there is an army camp in the middle of their community?
Through your chair, my understanding with the Trentham camp is that under the Local Government Act, any rates which relate to the camp are then reallocated back to residential and commercial and other rural ratepayers. So it's reallocated, because under the Local Government Act, I think they are not charged any rates.
Yeah, that's not the sense that I got from this, though. It looks like they get charged a land valuation, not a capital valuation. Is that wrong?
I think we'll have to just double check that part and come back to you.
I suppose the reason I'm asking the question is, what is so different between, say, Trentham Army Camp and Hutt Hospital, for example, that don't pay rates either, and therefore the rates for Hutt City are picked up for that property because they don't pay it. The impost goes across to the rest. Yeah. So in paragraph 8 it says that it must not exceed the value of the rates that would otherwise have been assessed if the rates were calculated on land value only. And so the problem here is that we don't have a land value system, we have a capital value system. Is that right?
We do have a land value system, but what we do with Upper Hutt is that we specifically ask for the land valuation for all the properties, including the Trentham area. So we do get that. And when we do the calculation, my understanding is it is done based on what the local government act says, which is, I think from memory, it is the land valuation. So
I've got it. I found it.
I mean,
So
sorry,
it's one of those really technical ones.
Yeah.
So if land is used by the Crown in defence, so Army, Air Force Base, naval establishment, it's not fully exempt from rates like other government buildings and schools and so forth, but it is limited. So they can only take general rates, so they don't get any targeted rates, and it is on land value only.
Okay. Lucky upper hut. Okay.
Yes, imagine how the Wellington rates would change if we could charge government buildings.
Yeah. Other questions? Councillor Connolly?
Yeah, I have
Councillor Freet?
a couple, but just on that, on Trentham, I guess my question is, why is it only adjusted through Upper Hutt rather than across the whole region? Is that specifically specified in section 22?
My understanding again is because it's based in the Upper Hutt region, it's only the Upper Hutt regional ratepayers will share that load, not the wider Greater Wellington
Is that specified in section 22? Because it seems, I'm supportive of.
Seems very fair to me.
Like,
it's
unfair that we have, for all those things that get either a discount or no rates, we should be sharing it across the region to reflect the fact that some areas have more than others in those regards.
Yeah, because the allocation of rates based on the equalised capital value is done by territorial authority. That means that their allocation based on that
sits in that area
has less. Well, it's not allocated over Trentham, therefore it does fall on Hutt, and it's just based on the way that works according to our policy.
So with the other properties that are rates exempt, the rates that they would pay are spread across the whole region, though, right? No.
Well, not necessarily, because each part of each territorial authority rates are allocated based on the equalised capital value that we provided every year, or the actual value if we have it, and therefore that allocation of the general and targeted rate is set for that territorial authority. So if an additional, let's just say the school got sold and became rateable, then that would actually reduce rates in that territorial authority only.
All right. Okay. The questions that I had prior to getting sucked into Trentham was, so this is obviously a very technical paper, and it's pretty difficult for councillors to digest it. So can you tell me, firstly, what assurance mechanisms you have undertaken to make sure all the numbers are correct? Secondly, when we give this information out to the TAs that have to collect this money, what assurance mechanisms do you have to ensure that they understand it and will collect the correct amount of rates? And my final question is very trivial, but also maybe quite important. In a number of the tables, you have splits between the different TAs, and they are like different by 0.001 of a cent. Why is that?
Start with your location.
I'll start from the first question. So in terms of the internal assurance or the controls that we follow, we've got a team that looks after the rates model. We try to ensure that, number one, it aligns with our revenue and financing policy. Once we prepare the rates resolution, the rates model numbers are checked by a team of 2 or 3 people in the team that look at it. On top of that, we also send the paper to Simpson Grierson to get a legal view, just to make sure that everything is aligned and we are not charging something that we shouldn't be charging. So that's one. In terms of the assurance that we get from our territorial authorities, what we do every year before the paper comes to the council is that we send the draft rates resolution paper to all the TAs, and we get their rating teams to check, validate, and then confirm back to us, have you picked anything in there which doesn't seem right? And incidentally, the issue that we found out now with the one particular catchment scheme, that was picked up by one TA, and they came back to us saying that, look, this doesn't look right? Can you please double check and ensure that we are charging the right amount of rate? So those are the other control mechanisms we have in place with our external TAs. Only one TA came back with a particular issue. Others are comfortable with it. And the third is in terms of the actual cents in the dollar, because the rating mechanism or base is the capital value. The way the rates model works is even up to the 4 or 5 decimal cents, it makes a big difference in terms of the actual rates that a property owner might pay because it's based on the capital value. So it's just done to ensure that we are collecting the right amount and we're not rounding off and in a way causing some properties to pay a bit more and some other properties to pay a bit less. So the cents in the dollar is just an additional mechanism to make sure that we are collecting rates right up to a decimal point, and it's quite accurate in terms of the calculation and the collection.
So if I could just drill into, so I'm really comfortable with the answer to your second question. In relation to the answer to your first question, you've got external assurance from Simpson Greason looking at the legal aspects of it. Do you have any external assurance looking at the accounting aspects of it, or is that done internally?
So through a chair, the accounting is done internally. And in terms of the actual rates model, we've got an Excel system at the moment, and we have recently implemented a rates software. So the plan is, especially with the LTP, we will validate the rates numbers both from an Excel and a software model perspective, just to ensure that both are aligned and there's no mismatch in what we are actually collecting from the company.
Can I also add our rating calculations and models, because we're going to a new software. We've recently had an internal audit with Pricewaterhouse to FRAC on that subject, and although we have at the moment quite a manual system, the review showed that we have quite robust controls. I am very happy we found this. It was quite a small error in the scheme of things, but this error this time, and it reassures me that my team are brave enough to make a correction up front and not leave something to languish, which is something that's really important in any finance team, because if you fix things early, they are normally fixable in accounting and treasury and money and resolutions.
Awesome. Just on the last question, so I'm not questioning the number of decimal places that the figures are produced to, and I totally get that when we're talking about large sums of money that you're going to want kind of 10 decimal places to make sure that the dollars and cents are correct. I guess it's what decision are the fact that it's like 0.059 for one and 0.060 for another and 0.058 for another. What decision is that reflecting? That's why what have we agreed to that is causing those numbers to come up just so slightly different between the different territorial authorities?
It's essentially the capital values of the properties. So the rates are allocated based on the capital values of, let's say, Upper Hutt, for example. We'll first look at what's the total capital valuation of the whole Upper Hutt region. We will then split it out by residential, rural, business. Now, ordinarily, what the rates amount that we collect, when you compare that to, say, let's say a 200 million rates total uptake for GW, when you compare that to $1 billion of property assets, the valuation is the difference in value is quite significant. So normally you would have rounding off to 1 or 2. Like when you look at the annual report, the numbers are all in millions, but because we divide the total rates uptake by the value of the properties, by default it comes to the decimal places. So I hope that answers.
The rating systems and the calculation required in the TAs that's what they need to actually allocate it. Also realising this goes right back to the revenue and financing policy, which determines how the revenue is collected, and then it goes down to the capital value part. So it's actually split a couple of different ways through the process, depending on council decision.
So I'm going to end my questioning here because I don't think I'm going to take any more in. But I don't understand what you just said, and so
sorry.
So I would like to delve into this maybe before we start producing numbers for the LTP, so that I can get a grapple with. I think I understand rating at a high level, but obviously I don't understand it at a detailed level because
maybe just simple to take you or all of us through a number of examples as to how you get to that number of decimal points and whatever. Okay, I've got Councillor Free, Councillor Elder, and then Councillor Wolf.
But
And Councillor McCready.
just on the, the government being tax exempt, that sort of thing, would it be the case that all of the tax rates exempt buildings in Wellington CBD, that the shortfall there is made up by Wellington CBD ratepayers, not across the whole region? I think this is sort of perhaps trying to say that maybe Trentham's just the tip of the iceberg.
So targeted rates, yes.
No, I'm talking about the
general rate part would be over the whole territorial authority. So all types of rate
okay.
rural, commercial, and residential.
Okay, cool. I did have a question also about some of these little variations, like Wellington City cents per dollar of rate capital value is 0.06, whereas some of the other ones are 0.058. It's just a minor thing. Is that related to having to smooth? Is it nothing to do with the smoothing? No. So I'm afraid I'm in the same camp as Councillor Connolly then. I don't actually understand.
So we'll have a mathematics lesson at some point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And just the other thing is, on what basis has the Wellington CBD transport rate been set at what it's set at, which is like 0.5 per, whatever. But, it's really a lot more for the CBD targeted transport
that's
rate.
Correct. The differential in the FIS for public transport for commercial Wellington is at 7, so it's quite a high level. That was decided by previous councils based on the economic benefit of public transport into Wellington. That is bringing to you as part of our current program and looking at, as we move into the LTP, about this council's application of differentials in the public transport space.
Okay, because I would be questioning why there isn't a little bit more for Lower Hutt City and maybe some of the other city centres.
I can't remember their rate. Their commercial is higher, but not as high. It's higher than residential.
Okay, yeah, but they don't have that special CBD thing going on, which is really where it's hitting hard. Okay.
Okay, Councillor Elder.
Hopefully mine's a bit more straightforward. With the adoption of the 26-27 plan, we've got new borrowing of roughly 250 million. We've got some debt repayment. We've got transfer of debt to Te Āki Wai. Leaves us with a net debt position of $1.078 billion. What portion or percentage of future rates revenue will be required to cover the interest on that date?
At the moment, so I haven't got in my head about the future, but at the moment, roughly 30% of rates goes on interest and principal repayments.
Any further questions, Councillor? No. Councillor Wolf and then Councillor Makareni.
Hi all. Hey, I'm just wondering how and why we rate the Basin Reserve.
Where's that? Because we don't issue the rates, we give the numbers to the territorial authorities and they do that. We'd have to ask Wellington City how they apply that. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer.
And just out of interest, do other parks get rated as well around the region?
Sorry, you're a bit quiet. Could you repeat the question?
Sorry, do other parks and reserves, do they get rated around our region?
No, they're mostly exempt.
Yeah, okay. If somebody could come back to me on that, that would be really, really good to know, because I just had a query from the Basin Reserve Trust as to that, we're rating them.
So parks and reserves are exempt, but I'm really unsure about sports grounds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to, somebody will come back to you, well, probably an email to all of us.
Okay.
Councillor Makareni.
Thank you. This is either going to be really simple or it's going to add to the mathematical lesson that we're going to have. So I've got a couple of questions. One is, this is paragraph 33 I'm looking at just for reference in case I'm just not reading it properly. So I've noticed some discrepancies or variations with what I'm assuming is the penalty application dates. So you know, most are 1 day and some are 19 days and some change for the installments and stuff. So I'm just wondering why that is. So is that aligned with the TA's timelines? Yes?
Yeah.
Good Chair, yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay.
Because we ask the TAs to collect and invoice the rates on our behalf, we tend to align to their dates.
Yeah.
It's simpler for them as well when it comes to levying the penalties in their system.
Okay, that's nice and easy to answer. No mathematics required. Just kind of related to that, I just was wanting to ask for some assurance. Is that a question? Can we make it a question? Although I understand that we need to have penalties, I would like to know whether our processes allow for discretion, for discretion to be applied in individual circumstances where this may cause undue hardship. So, like if you've got penalties being applied 1 day after the due date and someone misses it, you know, particularly given in the environment and the cost of living and that sort of stuff.
So, through you, Chair, there are different mechanisms for this. The first one is the discretion of the rating team and the TAs, where often penalties can be remitted if someone goes onto a payment plan or they have an agreement, and we wouldn't directly see that, but that would be remitted and wouldn't come through to us. So we just agree. So we also you can also do a formal remission based on hardship, and we have got a paper coming up later for some of the flood impacted properties in Wellington to talk about that in that particular instance. But we also sometimes get individual requests, and I have discretion at the moment up to 500. By the way, it's not enough anymore, but to grant that if it's needed to remit the full rates, not just the penalties, in certain circumstances of financial hardship, or they're unable to live in the house due to what we've talked about, flood damage, fire, that kind of thing.
How many instances of remissions are we dealing with, or territorial authorities dealing with here?
I only see a handful a quarter, so it's not significant, and it's certainly not significant financially for us at this point. But we have got the bigger one coming in the paper later that requires council decision because of the dollar value. So we have got some happening.
Okay. Councillor Free?
Yes, I'm just looking at the average rates increase annually by TA, and I'm wondering if you can explain why the Wellington City rates, residential rates, are expected to increase by nearly $100, whereas, you know, we've got quite a variation there. That's definitely on the very high side comparatively, and it can't be because valuations have gone up, I assume, because they have actually fallen in Wellington City more than in other places.
There's a couple of reasons. So Wellington City rates, if you talk about the dollar value rather than the percentage, they're coming from a much higher base anyway. So they pay higher rates per household to Greater Wellington based on the revenue and financing policy and the application. So because of that, any increase has a higher dollar value. The other reason that the different TAs have different increases is that equalised capital value again, which can move from year to year. So the actual bulk of the general rate between different TAs and can cause more or less increases proportionately in different areas based on the movement of values estimated by QV. We'll do that when we look at the rates. I'll draw it.
But
equalised capital value is quite a tricky concept.
Okay. Does it relate back to that table we were looking at before we saw the number of cents per dollar of capital value, and they were very slightly different? Is that explaining it?
No.
No, okay.
But essentially, in addition to what Ali just said, most of the councils we use QV, which is the same valuer, which is a registered valuer, to work out what's the valuation of the properties in the wider region. So in terms of the data, it's the underlying data and the valuers are the same. So they've got a very good handle of how the properties are moving within each region. And we all tend to rely on them in terms of the valuations that they produce every single year. But yeah, as Ali mentioned, Wellington City has a higher base as compared to the rest of the region.
Okay, I don't know that I understand it completely. I'm possibly needing a bit of an extra explanation later. Thank you.
Okay, further questions? If there aren't any, can I have a mover and a seconder for this paper? Councillor Saw and Councillor Johnston, do either of you wish to speak to the paper? No? Anybody else? If there isn't, all those in favour, please say aye. Those opposed? None. Paper passed. Congratulations to us all. Thank you, Ali and Ashwin. It's always a big decision. Right. Paper 8 is the end of year adjustment for the water levy. So other of these mathematical things and slight adjustments, somebody gets some money and somebody has to pay more money. So
Kia ora. I thought you were going to talk more about the rate, so that's why I moved away from the table.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be rude, I was trying to actually be polite. So this is our last water levy adjustment paper. I'm kind of a little bit elated about this. So what would normally happen if we were retaining water, we would have another paper before this one, which would set the water levy for next year. But with Takiwai taking over the water responsibilities, this is no longer our responsibility. We no longer have the water to fund, so we don't have to do that. However, we still have the wash up from the current year, because the levy is set at the beginning of the year based on historic water use by TA, and what generally happens at the end of each year, there's a movement between what actually is consumed by each area, which means we do a wash up between the different TAs on the funding that we have collected from them, and we do this via invoice. So they know about this, they've known about it in advance of this paper, and it's a normal process and just based on quantity of water.
okay, thanks, Ali. Any questions? I'll move the paper. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Connolly. All those in favour, please say aye. Those opposed? No. Paper passed. Thank you. Number 9. Rebudgeting of operational and capital expenditure from 2025-26 to the coming financial year.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of this paper is to rebudget certain operating and capital expenditure from the current financial year 25-26 to the following financial year 26-27. In simple terms, rebudgets is all about making sure that money is available when it's actually needed. Sometimes projects take longer than expected, or sometimes they flow on into the following financial year. So this process helps to make sure that it's a very clear and transparent way that funding is available to match the new timing. When deciding which projects to include, we usually focus on how realistically the projects can be delivered by the teams, and also how closely it aligns to our goals. I'll take the paper as read, and we're happy to take any questions.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Saw.
I just wanted to check on diligent page 196, and it was a delivery of the Whaitua plan and the delay in the reshoot. Oh, that's right. The explanation with broader catchment work and carrying forward. I just want to know if that includes some of the Purirua Harbour Accord work that's moving into, and just wanted a bit more detail around some of what was the alignment of broader catchment work. I just always pick the things with the small amounts of money. So Wairarapa and Purirua Whaitua.
Third one down.
I'm here on behalf of Nicola. I might be able to answer that. So can you repeat the question, please,
It
Councillor?
was just the rebudgeted amount of 310,000, and it was delayed due to central government decision. NPSFM and Purirua Whaitua implementation plan has been rescheduled to align with broader catchment work. So I was just wondering if that realignment was to fit under the Porirua Harbour Accord?
It is to enable the implementation and action plan coming out of the Porirua Harbour Accord.
Thank you for the succinct answer.
Okay. Further questions? Right. See the recommendation on the.
Sorry. Just read the ones that are loan funded. Presumably that means we haven't borrowed the money because we didn't need to.
Yeah.
Because we haven't done the work.
But we have funded repayment of the loan. So that's the bit we actually carry forward. Yeah, so the funding is carried forward.
Right. Mover and a seconder. And I'll rush for it. Councillor Rhodes. And looks like Councillor James quite keen. Okay. All those in favour, please say aye. Those opposed? No? Okay, thank you. Finance report updates, paper 10. Stay in the seat.
You'll be sick of us soon, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So this paper presents the financial results of the Council for the 11 months ended May 2026. In terms of the trend in numbers, it's similar to what we reported to you just a couple of weeks ago with the April finances. It continues through to May, and it's noticeable in the various significant areas like your grants and subsidies, contractors and consultants, and the capital underspends. For the full year, we are now forecasting a funding surplus of around 4.9 million. This is after taking into account public transport deficit.
And before rebudgets.
And before rebudgets. I'll take the report as read, and we are happy to take any questions.
Questions? Pretty self-explanatory. Okay, papers for information only, thank you. Paper 11, rate submission for Wellington City flood damage. So this is, Ali's referred to this paper earlier. And this is where rates remissions are a live issue. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So this paper outlines a slightly different approach to how we manage rate remissions. Until now, we have managed rate remissions on a case-by-case approach, working with the relevant territorial authorities. The cases have always fallen within our policy cap requiring your approval, so they have been managed in-house. This time, due to the weather event in April, which caused damage to many properties within Wellington City, Wellington City Council has adapted their approach to be more efficient and customer-focused, which is an approach that we would like to align to. So therefore, I'll take the paper as read and happy to answer any questions that you may have about it.
Councillor Saw, then Councillor Connolly.
Thank you for this, Ken. I was just wondering whether, as we have more of these events around our community and around our region, do we need to adapt our policy or develop some guidelines or get some modelling, with some of our emergency management officers as to how this may become more frequent, or if we can have a standardised approach to these sorts of remissions?
Through the chair. Yes, I mean, the review of the rates remission policy is something, we have to do on a 3-year basis. So I'm more than happy to bring that policy back to you for a discussion about how we change or propose changes to the cap or our processes for handling remissions. And with that, we can bring some information around, how weather is changing and factors we may have to take into account.
Yeah, I guess the question, follow up to that is, do you think what we have is adequate, or would you like some better guidelines, given that this is a sort of environment we're now living in?
I'll take that as you're asking my opinion on whether we should change the policy.
Oh, no, just as someone who has to implement it and use it, like we can just make it up, but you're the one that has to actually enforce it and implement it. Is this fit for purpose as it is, or would as officers, you would recommend or suggest that we have a review of it in light of the kind of environmental universe we're living in?
I think it needs a review anyway. As I referred to before, the cap some years ago when our level of rates was lower. So I am now having more applications that are getting quite close to the $500 limit that I'm allowed to approve, and I actually think a bit higher, so that you get less operational things across your desk, especially for those one-off ones that are applied for. This is the first time we've had a bulk one like this, and so we thought it was worth bringing to council also because the amounts over my 500 delegation, and some of the individual ones could go for longer. But noting, of course, this is for this financial year. Rates remissions are applied every year based on and have to be approved every year individually. So we might have to come back or do something in the policy to enable this approval you're making now to be carried on, because otherwise we're going to have to bring you another paper if these properties remain applicable to have the remission applied.
So there is some space there in the forthcoming policy review that we could look to have some of that modelling and analysis done.
Yes, we could, but we don't have a lot of mass sample to model.
No, but I guess they're in some, what I'd like to see, if possible, would be, say, in this example, it's not a lot. But given our caps, it is hitting where we've set, the limit. It's almost like you could overlay your flood hazard maps with potential risk, right? So you've got some vague indication of where these sorts of situations might rise.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. We will certainly be bringing it back.
Okay, I've got Councillor Connolly, Councillor Duthie, and then Councillor Johnston.
Your introduction was quite useful, Ken, because my question is around consistency, I guess, with other events that have caused us to remit rates. And, I'm aware that in Cyclone Gabrielle, there were properties in the Wairarapa affected. There were a number of properties in Stokes Valley. I know I was going about Stokes Valley, but above Eastern Hut Road that were uninhabitable due to slips. Like, this does seem like we're doing something different, and that is fine. But I would like to see consistency between how we apply what we're doing with Wellington in this instance with what we do for other regions. Yeah. So, is this something that is replicable across our other TAs, or is can it only work if it's driven by the TA and how they choose to respond to the event?
Through the chair. Yes, this is, we can definitely influence the territorial authorities, and using this as a precedent can definitely help going forward. But it is the territorial authority that, collects the rates and directly liaises with our ratepayers and has a lot more, understanding of what's going on within that environment. So it is generally led by them, but there's nothing to stop us from having those conversations with them to, provide consistency.
And I think the other issue is under policy, rates remission have to be applied for. We don't apply it based on our judgment. People have to make an application with justification. But obviously in this case, Wellington City are providing us the justification on which houses are damaged, I think. Is that right? Yeah, so it is a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what I could suggest, or what we could suggest as a way to systematise this approach moving forward. Is there some workshop we could do in future to look at how we might be able to suggest to councils that to TAs that have had a significant event, or we might all be amalgamated and it doesn't matter. But
operationally, we can have a conversation with our rating partners and the TAs, but also on top of that, we are going to bring the policy back for review. Yes.
Okay. Can I say?
No, only I think this is a good conversation, and I think there is something we can do to kind of systemize this in a different way, because this will be a more frequent occurrence. This is coming off a very extreme event in one part of the region. But as Ali said, the rates remission policy is something we have to do as part of, in fact, I think, preceding the LTP. So we can take this conversation on board, and we can work with our TA partners around using this as a kind of case example, if you like, and whether or not there's an appetite to do something. It would have to be done on a more regional basis and a bespoke individual, any bilateral relationship with one TA, and I think that's something we can certainly start a conversation about.
Okay. Councillor Duthie.
Good morning, everyone. in addition to this quite significant event in Wellington City, there have been other impacts around the region from the same event in different places and other events. Are we aware of any other territorial authorities that are doing sort of grouped rates remission? Have we? Yeah. So is there any other situations in the region where this is similar, or is Wellington an exceptional case here?
Through the chair. Yes, so I think it was following the Cyclone Gabrielle event. I believe, off the top of my head, I believe it was Masterton. Might have been South Wairarapa. Don't quote me on that one. Where they did have a series of damaged properties, and they did also do a slightly collective approach. It was definitely on a smaller scale to this one because the volume of properties was less. Obviously, there were probably more rural, bigger properties, right? Whereas here in Wellington, they're a bit more condensed to a smaller area. But because of the time that happened and while being within a financial rating year, we had the time ability to still process that as sort of a case-by-case approach, which is why it never came to council.
Further questions?
And any within the current financial year, elsewhere other than outside of Wellington?
No, not as this collective approach that we're talking about. No, not that I'm aware of.
No, only individual applications.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to follow on from Councillor Saw, and I appreciate that we may have a workshop on this, but housing is still being built on flood-prone land and hazardous land. This will likely increase under fast track. I don't think there's any doubt about that. If we are going to look at things like this in a rates remission, could we also look at areas that we should exclude from this on the basis that a territorial authority is actually allowed, or a government department, to quite frank, has allowed housing to continue to be built in high-risk areas? So I'd just like to include, if it's possible,
Could we please consider financing policy? Yeah.
And within that, also our own responsibility as well for anything we do or decide, and it is not just weather events, it's sometimes slips and it's sometimes fires.
Yes.
So it's a question, can we include it, please?
In the workshop discussions?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not sure that's a rating application though, but we'll have a look at it.
It's sort of as if you're asking for a rating rebate and we've gone and built housing in a floodplain area and a consent was given. That's why I think, why on earth should we give a rebate for something we, in one case, and I can think of a case, we actually recommended against it, but it's still went ahead.
We'll put it into the mix of the workshop.
Okay. I don't see any other questions, so do I have a mover and a seconder? Oh, sorry, Councillor Elder, before we go there.
Any form of rates relief ultimately becomes a subsidy paid for by other ratepayers. Do we have a sense of what the impact of this proposed option is
In the paper it notes it's somewhere between 17 and 25,000, so not significant for us.
Okay, Councillor Macarini and Councillor Free. Do either of you wish to speak to the paper? No. All those in favour, please say aye. Those opposed? None. Okay. Opposed? 1. Recorded? Yep. If you could record that, please. Right. Rail replacement services operating principles. Principles relating to rail. Who knew? Okay.
Morning, councillors. This morning we're here to talk about the draft BRT principles that were set out in the paper for your consideration. Our ask today is that you adopt the BRT operating principles, noting that if they are adopted, that they will go into the RPTP 25 to
2035. BRT is now a core part of the region's public transport network, and Metlink needs to ensure that we have a clear and transparent framework for how BRT services are designed and delivered. I started in this role 18 months ago and took on BRT pretty much straight away, and we got pretty much stuck into the actions that were in the action plan, and the last 6 months we've been working on the action plan, but also looking at some of the core documentation that we need to underpin BRT, and this is where the principles have sort of come from. So we work with operators and internal teams on SOPs, that foundational documentation. So the BRT principles will be our starting point for designing services and improvement initiatives. Those will then go into the action plan, and then delivering on those work streams will be our measure of success. Take the paper as read, and happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Connolly and then Councillor Free.
So 2 questions from me. The first one is that, as the paper identifies, a workshop was held with councillors on Tuesday the 2nd of June, and there was clear feedback that we wanted metrics or standards that sat below these principles. Firstly, can you tell us how you've reflected the feedback from that workshop in this paper? And secondly, if I was going to move an additional motion recommending that we work to develop those standards as already requested, can you update us on how that would work?
I suppose I don't necessarily see the principles as being the measurement. The measurement is what what the output is through the action plan, and that's what I see as being the measure of success. Yes, those are not. We haven't put measurements in around the principles.
So what was the point of having a workshop if you were going to not incorporate the feedback you received from the workshop?
Well, I think part of what we also thought it was about was elaborating more on what the principles were.
So I'm just wondering whether we've got a bit of a mismatch here. I've got a set of principles, and the question that you're raising is, well, how are they measured, and how do we know that they're actually in place? But the principles are not the place to do that. It's the action plan.
The action plan is what actions we're going to take.
Yeah.
The principles say things like principle number, that's paragraph 33, close to stations, BRT. So the question is, how close to stations? Principle 8, minimum standards, all BRT services must meet defined minimum standards. What are those standards? That was the feedback that was put forward at the last, that these on their own mean nothing without the standards that sit behind them. And the team, in fact, the general manager said that she would work on delivering those standards that sat behind them. So I'm suggesting an additional recommendation that suggests we do work together to deliver those standards that sit under these principles.
So are those always standards, or are they just things of clarification? So like when you say, for example, close to stations, is that a matter of putting a footnote in there that says what that actually means?
Well, I think it will help. It will help customers, for example. I mean, 400 metres is suggested in here as a standard. I mean, but when you look at a 400 metre radius, that gives you something like 502,000 square metres that the station could be in relation to. So, that's not terribly helpful, though that is a metric you could use. So it will help customers know whether these principles are being met. But it will also help us know whether those principles are being met. Because at the moment, we can't actually measure whether these principles are being delivered on, because they're meaningless without things that sit behind them.
Sam?
Thanks, and thanks for the question. So I think where we're at with this work is that, as Paul mentioned, we have had an action plan which has lacked some strategy overriding, sitting on top of it. So these principles are intended to articulate at a high level the themes that we want to focus on. There is another piece of work that sits at the next layer down beneath these principles, which is actually setting what the standard is for closed stations, for example. So yes, we will be doing that work, and when we report back on the progress of the BRT action plan to the PT committee in November, we'll pull these two things together. So that we imagine that report will have the principles that are adopted today, the action plan, and then the piece in the middle of what we propose as the standard.
So I have already sent Democratic Services a further recommendation requesting officers work with councillors and PTAG to develop a set of standards providing more measurable detail so that customers and governance can determine whether these principles are being achieved.
Okay, that's on the screen as you speak. Can I just ask before I ask for a move in a second, are there any further questions? Councillor Free?
Yes, so it's interesting that you've raised some of this, Councillor Connolly, because I remember raising Principle 6, which I thought was unrealistic. So it says that the decisions will prioritise the needs of customers over operational convenience. And I think that's just far too broad, because every customer will have slightly different needs. And I preferred the description, which is also there, that said it would be designed and delivered to protect the overall customer outcomes. Not simply to substitute vehicle capacity, but the way it's worded, where it says that we'll prioritise the needs of customers over operational convenience, we could have a lot of customers coming to us saying, you're not prioritising my needs over your operational convenience. So I had qualms about that, which I raised at the workshop, and then I see it's exactly the same. I think we even suggested some slightly more subtle wording changes, but it didn't seem to come out. So I kind of felt like, well, what did we have the workshop for? And I'm not actually prepared to vote for it with that wording in there, because I just think we're creating an artificial expectation that we then give people a tool to beat us up with, and we can't actually deliver.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, we can definitely broaden.
I can't remember the words, unfortunately.
Yeah. Reasonable needs of customers.
We can broaden the principle to reflect that.
But we haven't got it there, so.
Can you just keep on thinking about how that would then change, Councillor Free, while we go to Councillor Duthie? Come in, Quentin.
Thank you. Question in relation to Principle 1 on fare equity, which says recognises BRT as a replacement for rail, and as such it should not be cheaper or more expensive alternative. I wonder if there will sometimes be an exception there where a bus providing the BRT may not have the ability to collect fares, for example, which automatically makes that trip cheaper. But also the quality of the service, acknowledging it's been getting better as we've improved the standards and the quality of vehicles and so on. But there might be situations where that principle can't be achieved. So I wonder if that's through this sort of Councillor Connolly's recommendation, also outlining a few exceptions to the principles that are likely to be encountered for operational or reasons. Is the principle there designed to be exhaustive or always apply, or is it anticipated that there would be exceptions at times?
Look, it's a good point, Councillor, that there are going to be times when you have you've got buses in play that don't have ticketing systems on. So we could definitely look at something to reflect that. I think it's important that you talked about maybe it being an inferior service, but I think we need to keep charging fares so that we can reinvest back into new improvements. So yes, we could amend that one to. So I think the original purpose of it was to say that we were looking at the fair equity piece, that it wouldn't be that we wouldn't be charging more or less for the service, because we're still, the aim is to still get you home. That's the purpose of it.
So, in terms of holding things, is that something? Does it make a difference if we said passengers should generally pay no more than, until such time as we can refine that any further? Because I don't think we need to wordsmith the whole set of principles here. I think we just need to get them into a general form that we're comfortable with, and we can have another crack at them at a later point.
Yep.
Yeah.
So my suggestion was to actually remove Principle 6 altogether. Customer comes first, because we're not, at this stage, we have no idea how that will be operationalised. But quite a lot of the ideas around that can be incorporated into the other standards that sit beneath the other principles. And then, as Darren suggested, adding generally into that fares one. Again, when we go through the standards and determine what that actually means, we can outline some exceptions if that is useful.
Okay. Difficulty here is that these are not contained in the recommendations, which is not something I particularly like. I like to have the recommendations all stand alone. Yeah, so let's put generally into Principle 1. So passengers should generally pay. And then let's, if you're comfortable, let's remove Principle 6. Doesn't feel good to me, but I understand why you're doing that. And I think the other principles generally are aimed at a sort of customer-centric approach anyway.
Yep.
If we do those two things, do we still need the recommendation that we had on the screen earlier? Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Because the point of that is to work through these things that we're unhappy with and develop some actual metrics that we can measure the success of these or the achievement of these principles against.
Okay.
And I think that was what Sam indicated that we were going to be looking to do anyway.
Sam?
Could I just make one comment? I just wonder whether it's rather than achieving the principles, it's sort of operationalising them, because the thing that we need to do is put the parameters around it and then be able to measure that. Just possibly, yeah.
I know we've got Quentin's beautiful face, but they're just working through them. I'm hoping that they could bring up the recommendations again in a minute.
They will do in a second. They're just working on it at the moment. So, Francis, once you've actually worked on those principles up, I'd appreciate if you could drop them into the recommendations. So it would say adopt.
I think we've got it.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Can you throw those up? Yeah. So what I don't like, Francis, is where we cross-reference to another paragraph in the body of the paper, because when this starts to live as a set of recommendations, you don't see the principles. So can you lift the principles out of the body of the paper and just put them straight into the first?
Just take a few moments.
Yeah.
You could just adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. We just adjourn for 5 minutes. Those online, we're just adjourning for 5 minutes and we'll come back. Okay. Sorry, what do you mean? To get to the end of the meeting. We'll stop and then go again.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Suggest that what we might want to do, councillors, is go to the Metlink integrated event ticketing, and then break for lunch. So you're right with that? And then we'll come back for the public excluded session. Yeah, we've got 13 and 14. That's what these guys are for.
Is this item 13 or 14?
This item is item 12. Rail replacement services.
We're still. We haven't adjourned.
No.
Okay, cool.
Well, we've adjourned, but we haven't got off this item.
Sweet.
Yeah.
The new recommendation at the end. We have how these principles are being applied. Yeah. And someone suggested instead of standards / guidelines / metrics, I don't know that it matters, but standards / metrics. Performance measures. There's a whole bunch of, it's, I think we know what we have.
Right. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're just going to put on the screen the recommendations that Councillor Connolly, I think, is going to move in total.
Yes, I'm happy to move everything.
Right, and we have a seconder in Councillor James. If you can just scroll through those slowly. So we've got the generally pay no more. And 6 has been removed and they've been renumbered. So we now have 8 principles rather than 9. And then we've got in recommendation 3 the recommendation that Councillor Connolly has put forward separately, but which is now combined in one set of new recommendations. All understand what's happening? All happy with that? Okay, so I've got a mover and a seconder. Either of you speaking to the paper? No? Anybody else? No? All those in favour, please say aye. Those opposed? No? Paper passed. Thank you. Thanks, Paul. Right. Metlink integrated event ticketing. Oh. Bus service procurement. You're right. 13. Right. Morning, Alex and Kevin.
Kia ora, councillors. paper before you today, we are seeking approval to go out to the community to engage on the proposed changes for Unit 24. Unit 24 is one of two units that is entranched to the Future Bus Service Contract procurement program. Just for clarification with that, the other unit is Unit 25 Wairarapa, and we are not proposing any network changes as part of the Future Bus Service procurement program at this stage. But we will consider what the network requirements are once the Te Huno trains come into service, so we can make sure the connections are correct. The paper that you've got before you looked at 4 options for Council's consideration. We are recommending option 3. Option 3 provides a moderate cost saving of $2 million per annum and allows some low-cost enhancements. That $2 million saving is to give effect to the September 2024 Council direction from Metlink to identify $5 million in annual savings. In regards to the community consultation, what we are proposing is a 4-month consultation process commencing next month. There'll be 1 month of actual community engagement, the other 3 months, 1 month of planning, and then 2 months in regards to analysis of that feedback, workshopping with council, what we've heard back from the community, to land a final decision with paper with council in late October of this year. Following the final decision on what the proposed network will be for Unit 24, we will then be able to go into planning around the depot and fleet requirements. That enables us to build a shadow price bid, the base estimate of what we think the unit will cost when we go out to market, for council to set the affordability threshold, and then we can develop the procurement plan suite of RFT documents. At this stage, we are looking at an August 2027 tender release date, with an operations commencement date for tranche 2 units of being in July 2029. I would note within Unit 24, it's an amalgamation of current units, 4 units, Lower Hutt, Upper Hutt, Wainuiomata and Eastbourne. The Eastbourne Unit 12 current unit, the contract does not expire until 2030, which means that there is a deferred start date for any of those Eastbourne services transitioning into Unit 24 versus the Hutt Valley and the Wainuiomata units. I'll take the paper as being read and open up to any questions.
So I've got a question to start with, Kevin, just on that very last point. How does that work with the Route 81 service then? Because what I see here is that you're splitting that service, reducing the amount of service to Eastbourne and then taking every second bus and throwing it through to Wainuiomata. How does that work if the timing is off in relation to this whole unit?
So what would happen with that is that would not actually take effect until 2030. Because that unit is currently operated by Kinetic, and that contract doesn't expire until then. So the changes that we are proposing for this are for the new unit. So the bulk of the changes around the Hutt Valley would not come into effect until 2029 when Unit 24 goes live, and then anything affecting from the current Eastbourne Unit 12 would come into effect 12 months later.
Okay, so my second question is, I was pretty sure that in the regional public transport plan, we had at least at some point a policy that said that we would avoid, or similar language, running bus services alongside rail services in rail duplication. Does that not matter anymore? Or so, I suppose I'm asking the question: why are we running the 81 down the Hutt motorway when we've got a good train service that does largely the same job?
I'm going to pass that to my colleague on the right, Alex, to talk about that.
Yes, so both Route 81 and Route 83, as part of the long list process, we certainly officers looked at what that would mean in terms of cost reductions and what that would mean in terms of the number of customers impacted. It certainly delivers significant reductions in cost.
The challenge is within the timeline we are looking at for this tender. These are very well used services. Unlike some other services we've looked at where they parallel the rail line, there are some significant, how do we put it, there's infrastructure that we need to have on the ground to make that practically feasible for our customers, to provide a seamless service. And there are investments in the rail network that need to be in place in terms of frequency and level of service. There are mechanisms that need to be in place in terms of the coordination of services to provide those seamless transfers. So it wasn't seen as something that was practically achievable on the... It's something you may want to aim for, but it's possibly not practically achievable for the timeline of this contract.
Just to build on what Alex has said, because this is often discussed, can't we hub the 81 and 83 into Petone to connect with the trains? What Alex is alluding to is we don't have the lay-by facilities at Petone to enable us to effectively do that. So while that is something in regards to a long-term intent to look at how we can reduce services running in parallel on what are high-use services that 81 and 83, while it terminates in Eastbourne, a lot of the passengers are actually servicing through Petone. To actually make that effective, we need to address the infrastructure challenge that we've got at Petone Station to enable us to actually get a proper lay-by facilities in there to create an effective connection into rail.
So who's the owner of the property in front of the railway station?
I could not tell you off the top of my head who the owner is of the...
But it's not us, it's the...
I think if you look at Petone Station and when we talk about a lay-by facility, I think, to be honest, the front of the station is not probably what we're necessarily talking about for lay-by. You're probably have to land probably more to the right-hand side if you're looking at it from the street side to actually try and look at that. But you've also obviously got some major roading challenges with that intersection of Petone as well into how you would have to do that. So it's definitely a long-term plan, not something we can achieve in time around this sort of contract timeframe.
Thank you.
And if I can add through your chair as well, one of the things we're very mindful of here is to not add additional services that parallel the rail line, but was looking at the fact on the ground that there is a service now, and is there a way that we can utilise that more equitably to more communities in Lower Hutt versus putting in a new service which is financially very challenging and would obviously not align with the policy.
Thank you. Councillor Connolly?
Can you please tell me, so you have the 4 different packages and you state that package 4 will require extensive community engagement, which you don't state in relation to package 3. Can you tell me, if we were to go with package 4 instead, which is my preference, what more extensive community engagement would you think would be necessary, given we have to test the same communities basically in both instances? And it's just a case of doing it properly, I would suggest.
Through you, the Chair, I think what we're identifying here is just around resource constraints within our current resourcing. So to enable us to actually do this piece of work, we're bringing in additional community engagement support to support the team, because we currently don't have capacity to do that. It really comes down to, with option 4, we've got a lot more options in there, so it just requires more extensive communication and engagement with the community to take on that feedback. So it really just reflects capacity constraints and resourcing requirements. The more we go out to consult on, the more time it takes, the more resourcing it takes, the more community groups, etc. we need to consider.
I'm not entirely convinced that's true. And I also don't think going out with option 3 would preclude people bringing those options to the table. So I think when we consult with the community, people will tell us what they want, and those options in option 4 will be part of that package. So you may end up consulting on those options anyway.
Yep, just for a point of clarification in regards to what we're seeking to go out to the community. So we're seeking from council its preferred option on what we are consulting with the community on. As part of that consultation process, we'll also be setting the context in regards to what council has considered, i.e. what are in those other options, as well as taking feedback on community in regards to any other options that they want us to consider.
So, yeah, I still don't have a full picture of why going out with a broader range of options is necessarily going to require. I mean, I can see it will require possibly a little bit more consolidation of replies, but not a significant amount.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm just working on the advice that the community engagement team has provided me.
Yeah, we are, through you, Chair, we are affecting more customers directly, so there are more customer engagements we have to do with. There are communities in option 3 that are not really affected, but they are affected in option 4.
Okay, Councillor Free.
Oh, I've lost my place. There was something here that talked about some results from some community consultation in 2025, and you came up with some principles. But it also said then that there was going to be further consultation in 2026. And I'll need to find it because sorry, go to somebody else in the interim if there is somebody else. Oh, here we go. So it's paragraph 19, and it just summarises some points from the consultation in 2025. There are 4 points, but the last one says that one of the things that came from that consultation was wanting to plan better public transport services for Wainuiomata. In advance of a review of the wider Hutt City network in 2026, is this what we're doing now, or are we still going to be doing a wider Hutt City network review in 2026? We're getting to the second half of 2026 now. So it didn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate and clarify.
Yes, my understanding is the wider Hutt Valley network review is a piece of work looking at the travel times and capacity on the services, which is happening. In fact, I probably have to defer to Tamsin on the timeline on when that's happening, but that is a separate piece of work.
Why would we do something separate when we're kind of consulting? I just wonder why we're doing this in a piecemeal way.
Through you, the Chair. That piece of work was set last year in regards to having that wider piece of network review. And I think when Tamsin came and presented in a workshop, at the last workshop, explaining that we're in a situation now where the Future Bus Services Procurement Program is working to quite a strict timeline in regards to contract expiry dates and having to do network reviews. We've now overtaken the work that the team was doing, so we're bringing the work together in regards to what we're going out to with the community, is also bringing together the work that Tamsin's team was doing in regards to the wider network review. So
Okay.
We're not doing it in piecemeal.
Okay, that's really what I wanted to reassure myself about. So thank you.
We're going out once.
Okay, Councillor Saw.
Cool. Thank you. I have sort of similar questions to the previous councillors, but just in terms of the background on paragraph 11, I guess there you were outlining the sequencing of the work and acknowledging that, you know, the contracts team are up against some pretty hard deadlines and you have to basically hoover in a lot of analysis from different places. What is the sequencing that works with everyone? So where does the engagement bit come in? I just want to understand the kind of map of the order of works, and is there anything we can tweak there to improve some of this?
Through you, the Chair, when we look at the timeline, so we've obviously gone through the start of the process in regards to scoping out what the options we have around optimisation of the network, and the principles that are in there sort of guided that, as well as obviously the fiscal and affordability constraints. What we have obviously, and what we've discussed with Council, is the long list of options. We've narrowed those down to some short list of options, and what we're bringing today is an option to go out to consult as being the preferred option. It doesn't mean that's going to be the final option, and that's what the community engagement process will be. We've allocated 4 months, which is tight, if I'm being honest. We will start the detailed engagement planning once we have the decision today, which will start next month. There's 4 weeks for that. The team will then spend 4 weeks out in actual community engagement, and then they've got, it won't be 2 months, but they will have basically a month to do all of their analysis, come up with what their recommendations will be for council, workshop that with council to get us to a council decision paper. I think it's around the 29th of October. That then gives the rest of the team, once we have that final decision on the proposed network, then to start working out what the depot and the fleet structures need to be.
So it has to be quite tightly sequenced. There's no, yeah, cool. That's what I was wanting to understand. Because I would probably be also leaning towards option 4, because not only do we get savings, but we're actually delivering on some of our ambitions around the initiatives we have. So I guess that's where I want to understand whether we can do that, because if I pull out, we've had rates increases, fare increases, and then we might be going out to a community and saying, oh, you're going to have fewer services, or the services are going to change. It's that then makes engagement, early engagement, and really good quality engagement super important. So I guess I'd be leaning on option 4 for that. And I think what I'd like to see is, this is the second lot of, the second tranche you're working on. What can we learn from the first 2, from this community engagement and this sequencing, that we might be able to improve and build on as well? It's clear from this tranche that bringing the Tamsin's work together with yours as a sort of, bang for buck, one and done. But what other improvements can we make? So I guess it's a question. Is a question a request? Is that we do get some analysis of that that works with your timelines?
Through you, the chair. So just for a clarification, regardless of what option council lands on today, then we will make that work within the timeframes in regards to the community consultation. I think all that comment in the paper is on option 4 is just indicating that it is a higher engagement threshold in regards to.
I guess what it doesn't capture is the benefits of doing that. We see it. That's it.
So if council was to go with a different option than what officers have recommended, then I don't see that as being a problem in regards to undertaking that engagement with the community in the time frame that we've got. I also, when I plan these things out, I always build in some contingency. Have to, if I want to hit a deadline. We saw that in tranche 1. In regards to lessons learnt, we actually run a formal lessons learnt process as part of the portfolio management for the whole portfolio. We're just about to start that on the tranche 1 lessons learnt process. We've already picked up some things from the community engagement process that we ran on Unit 23 and have influenced our design around this process. We start the network design for tranche 3 towards the end of this year. So any lessons we get out of this will then roll into particularly the Unit 26 East-West one, which is our largest unit. It's close to 40% of the network. Anything that we get in regards to how we've engaged in the process will be picked up in the lessons learned process that we run to influence tranche 3.
I'm not going to make more work for you, Kevin, because you already got enough, but I'm thinking it might be useful for councillors to understand how our community engagement is developed and what are the inputs there, particularly because I'm thinking of my HUT colleagues. This is a really big issue for them that will either they could be part of proactively, or it'll end up hitting their inboxes and all the Facebook comments. So my request would be that when we return, that there is a workshop item that looks at some Metlink's community engagement, how we can, if we've got these tight timeframes and these sorts of things, how can we better use all the parties involved and voices in the building?
Just through you, the chair, we'll share the community engagement plan with you for what we're taking out.
Okay. Councillor Duffy online, and then Councillor Free.
Thank you. Similar to the last question and response, the role of councillors is very important here. We're the front line to these affected communities, and we will be getting engaged with back quite strongly. In fact, I've already done engagement on this, 2 community boards, a couple of newspaper articles. Engagement has actually begun because information is already public. So I plea that councillors are fully involved in the engagement plan, because that's what will make it successful, and we've learned that lesson a few times as a council in recent years. So I guess my question is, what do you envisage as the role for councillors in the engagement?
Kia ora, councillors. Just bringing more of the engagement focus to this than the contract one. Absolutely, there's a role for councillors in this. This is a decision you make today on the preferred option that you'd like us to take out to the community, and we will support you in every way to take that to your communities and bring us the feedback through that, as well as the normal suite of engagement activities we would do in this space in terms of community drop-ins, information available on websites and so on. So I would, and following our conversation last week, Councillor Duthie, be really interested, particularly from the HUT representatives, to hear from you what you think are effective ways to reach the community. Yes, we have a month in this process around your preferred option. But of course, we're going to hear feedback on anything else people choose to tell us in these forums. And what we need to be able to do, and we will support you in this, is provide confidence that we will hear that feedback. It may not come through in this particular process about the services in the contracts, but we hear that feedback, and the wider process of ongoing network review and optimization is where we would direct that feedback. So this is partly a consultation process that's driven by the contract, and this is partly an opportunity to engage with the Hutt Valley, Wainuiomata, Eastbourne, and we will hear other feedback. We're unlikely to go back with a big exercise in the Hutt Valley at this level in the very near future, but we have to provide confidence that we've heard the feedback and that we have a place to take it. So taking a step back to what Kevin was talking about in the workshop when I came to talk to you about the ongoing service optimization, those are the broader processes we would feed that input to. And you'll see that on an ongoing basis as we bring continuous services refinement to you.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
Jameson, Quentin, you right? Okay. Right, Councillor Free.
Just try and keep it quite quick. Is it at all possible to give an indication with the consultation material of the 4 options? Because quite often when people are commenting in a consultation process, they don't know what the counterfactual would have been. So they might think, gosh, they're reducing services heaps, but if they see that the other options were either less drastic or more drastic, it gives them some perspective. So that's one question. My other question is I'm so reluctant to remove weekend services when I know for some people that means you're leaving them without either having to buy a car or not go out on a weekend. Even though that's only 1 to 5 passengers per bus, I kind of wonder if it's something I can honestly hand on heart support. But the first question is probably the most important one. Is it possible to actually give some context in the consultation documents of the 4 options, even if we are saying there's a preferred option?
Absolutely, Councillor. We would not go out with just here's a proposal to change these services without giving the community that wider context. We're clear about the council's preferred option, whatever it is you direct us on today. And with reference to your second question about weekend services, that's why we're going out to the community. If we hear significant voice that says no, retain the weekend services, we'll bring that option back to you to consider whether it's in or out.
Yeah, because a while ago we made the regional council at the time made a big thing about weekend services. What is the official policy that we have on communities should have 7-day-a-week services? Do we have that as policy?
No, under the Regional Public Transport Plan, we have different categories of service, and some communities, there are some services that are frequent, that run 7 days a week. We've got connector routes that are recommended to be 7 days a week, and then we have other areas, such as the areas in question which have targeted services only, and those don't have a minimum level of service in terms of hours of operation or days a week.
Okay.
Maybe 30X and 31X are a good example. They only run during the week and only during the peak.
Yeah, another community that's quite isolated at the weekends, but there you go. Right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Tupou.
Just through the chair, this might be a little bit left field, but have we stood up the PT advisory group, community advisory group, and are they part of this process as well?
In terms of designing the engagement process, councillor, yes, we'll absolutely consider that. They've just had their first meeting. Not sure when the next one is, but that doesn't preclude us going and talking to them out of cycle if need be.
Okay. Do I have a mover and a seconder for this paper?
I'd like to move it, but with package 4.
Okay. Nigel, did you second that? So, so package 4 would be our recommended option, and
so package 4 for consultation. We're just going out to consultation. It doesn't mean we need to adopt the full package 4, and I don't necessarily envisage we would, but I can't see why we wouldn't be consulting on the full range of options.
Well, Emma, hang on a sec. We're going to consult on the full range of options anyway.
No, we're not. The other packages are consulting on less range of options.
Through you, Chair, if I can clarify, we would go to the community and be very clear what the council's preferred option is, i.e. the one that you direct us today, in terms of, this is our preference, but we would make sure there is the full context there so that people can see the range of options the council has considered. But the sort of strategic and contractual context that you're working in means there needs to be, a preferred option that the council is indicating. But as Councillor Connolly says, you're not being asked to settle on that one as the option to include in the contracts. That decision won't come until much later on, October or November.
Okay. Got it on the screen? Quentin? Sorry, have you got a question?
An extra question, yes. What in the recommendations actually says that anything's a preferred option? To my mind, reading the recommendation is that we're approving a particular set of stuff, a particular package for consultation. We're not actually saying we prefer that package over any other package. So what is it in the recommendations that are saying that council prefers something?
Well, at the moment, it says approves the proposed Unit 24 Hutt Valley Network Optimisation Package 4 is the proposal. Moderate cost reductions with low cost focus area changes. So it doesn't say we prefer that. It just says we approve it for community consultation.
Correct, but officers just said that the recommendations are for us to say what we prefer.
Through you, Chair, my poor use of language, what I'm indicating in our engagement approach is that on the 25th of June, the council made a decision that said option 3, package 4, whichever you choose, is the one for consultation, but this is the range of options that were considered. My apologies.
So
wouldn't it be more aligned with the conversations that we've been having to say that we're going out with a range of different proposals and indicating the council's current preference for option 4? Because, you're not allowed to go out to consultation with an actual closed mind. I think that possibly covers off the desire that's been expressed for the context. to be presented to the public.
So could it be something like approves the proposed Unit 24 Hutt Valley Network optimisation options for consultation, noting the regional councils? Could we stop it there?
Yes.
Is there a difficulty if we stopped it there?
So long as all the options contained in package 4 are going to be consulted on.
No, we're not signalling a preference as the regional council. Is that a problem for officers?
No, we can make that work.
Ros, Nigel, you're the movers and seconders. Are you happy with that?
Well, I think the way the whole paper has been constructed, it selects packages to go out to consultation on. My interpretation was that option 4 was going out with the full suite of cards on the table. So I actually prefer it the way it was. That the way it was does not state that is that we are supportive of all those options, just that we are going out with that package for community consultation.
Through you, Chair, if I could just clarify, package 4 is a cumulative package, so it's 1 plus 2 plus 3,
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
So
that's what Ros is saying. That if
yes,
you do 4,
yes.
you've done the
Yeah.
whole lot.
Yeah. If
Okay.
you revert to the recommendation that's there, we could structure the engagement around the fact that this is a package built up of option 1, option 2,
Okay.
option 3, and 4.
Priscilla, why don't you backpedal like crazy?
And thinking on the hoof about how that would work in an engagement scenario, I would recommend retain the wording as drafted.
Okay. Happy with that? Okay. We've got to move out in a second. Speaking to the paper? No? All those in favour, please say aye. Oh, sorry, Nigel.
Yeah, as a Hutt Valley resident, I'm very happy to see these packages being put forward. Just around the valley, I do see a lot of very poorly patronised empty buses, poor services. So I think the optimisation is well overdue. And I think part of that is that the community needs to understand it's to use it or lose it. If they don't use the buses, then they're going to be taken away from them. We can't continue to indefinitely subsidise poorly patronised public transport.
Quentin?
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to vote in support, not because I support the full range of things within the package. I like some, I don't like others, but I think the onus is on us to put out the suite of options that officers have come up with in seeking to apply strategic direction, put those to the community and see what response we get. And the way I've framed it is that we've sort of done a desktop and a strategy-based exercise here. Now the consultation is a process of ground truthing of evaluating the impact, the benefits, and seeing people's response to that. There are examples here, for example, a school bus that picks up 5-year-olds, and to push those 5-year-olds onto a regular bus service clearly needs a strong conversation with the school concerned and parents, so that it's not necessarily that I certainly couldn't support this being a preferred package, but I'm happy to support it as a package of possibilities that we're going out for community consultation. And I thank officers for the work behind it. There's a lot of lateral thinking gone in there that I actually think is smart. Where we actually end up in the end will be firmly guided by community consultation. Thank you.
Cool. Okay. Anybody else? All those in favour, please say aye. Those opposed? No. Thank you. We'll stop the break. We could take a break now and then come back for the final item before public exclude. Yeah? Let's take a break. It's 1 o'clock.
You better just advise how 1:30.
Yeah, we'll come back at 1:30, everybody, online.
Can we either be looking at the workshop?
Yeah.
What's on the workshop? What's in the workshop? You've got local government reform 90 minutes. I can't see it's going to be 90 minutes. 30 minutes on the singles. Then you've got LTP strategic direction 30 minutes. Transport services.
Back, councillors. Last item before public excluded. So this is Metlink integrated event ticketing, which is item number 14. Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora koutou, councillors, through you, the chair. Thank you. We'll take the paper largely as read. However, there's probably a little bit of context that we're operating here at the moment. We have been approached by at least a number of, or 2 or 3 agencies around the pricing for ticketing, including potential World Cup events in 2028. In fact, there is a meeting within 25 minutes on that exact topic. So we'd really appreciate your feedback. We know there's no perfect solution. Unfortunately, we're in a very tight cost environment, but there are clearly some key social and economic benefits from integrated ticketing as well. So we'll take the paper as read and really appreciate the feedback that you may have on the topic.
Yeah, so just a question from me. Interested in that sort of $10,000 event sort of threshold, if you like. Noting that, you know, you talk about, I think in the table there was talk about a 10,000 operational, and then it had Hurricanes Phoenix season as the example. And I've got to say, most of the games that I've attended have been under 5,000 for both of those codes for the majority of the season. So, you know, you might want to recalibrate your understanding about what that is. Of course, as you get later into the season, then you get more, if they're doing well, then you get more events that are full. So that's one thing. But my second thing is, what happens with events that like WOW, for example, or like Mātariki, which we hosted in Wellington a number of years ago, which drag over a number of days. In the case of WOW, I think it's now 3 weeks, where the single day number might be 2,000, but the overall number is 20,000 or 30,000. How does this cater for that, or is that ruled out on the basis that it's not actually going to confront the public transport system?
I think that's a very valid question. I think the intent of integrated ticketing was born out of an operational need to have, you know, quick, efficient crowd flows from discrete events. That does not necessarily preclude having some form of integrated ticketing for, you know, sustained events that may be over a number of days. That's probably a separate commercial negotiation we may have. I'm probably unsure of how frequent those type of events would be. They obviously occur, but perhaps not at the frequency that we would see of regular stadium events. So I think we would probably handle those events perhaps outside of this policy. We'd probably see it as a commercial arrangement if and when that made sense, because this policy primarily addresses a lot of the operational constraints that we have around these very large events and how we can manage crowd flows and some of the outcomes associated with that.
Okay. Councillor Saw, anticipating your many questions in this area.
Thank you for this. The way I see this paper is that it's an interim solution, and that as the policy stands in the RPTP around strategic events, there's a bit more room for us to explore future options. My first question would be, how do other metro cities approach event-based ticketing? And rough stab would say that Auckland and Christchurch and ourselves are the 3 comparable metros that may have this issue. Have you had any conversations with them, and how have their approaches differed or succeeded compared to ours to date?
Through you, the chair. I'm just trying to use my memory banks to go back a few weeks, because I did check this. We did do some international research on event-based ticketing. And we provided some benchmarks in the council workshop a few weeks ago. And the outcome of that is actually some cities, normally when the unitary authorities, so the public transport might be part of the wider city arrangement, quite often make public transport mandatory for events of certain size. Given the size and nature of this council and the scale of control, that's not something we can necessarily do, but that's an approach that's often taken when you get to a certain size. You have to work with the public transport agency to make that event work. For ourselves, for Canterbury, I'm aware that it's a very ad hoc approach for them. So they'll basically negotiate on a bilateral basis. And I am aware that there are deals that AT does with event providers, but it doesn't seem to be necessarily under a permanent policy. So it's very similar to us. They obviously have a commercial relationship that they put in place. I think the interesting thing that you probably raise is we are in competition with those stadiums also. So our stadium is in competition with those stadiums and those events around the country. So there is probably a degree of benefit from aligning the pricing of integrated ticketing between the various events and stadiums so we're all on the same keel. Because what we do here today may, and this is what Wellington NZ is telling us, if we put our price up too high, we may become less competitive compared to those other stadiums.
The whole bidding, just for the other councillors, the whole sort of universe of bidding for events is quite opaque and isn't necessarily in the favour of the territory or the city that wants to host it. So a lot of sweeteners are required. I wonder if there's an opportunity where ourselves, Auckland and Christchurch could lobby the National Major Events Fund. There's $60 million sitting there. Most of it goes to international promoters and ticketing agencies rather than our own sort of operational needs, where in a way you're leveling the playing field across all three. So would that be something we could look at? Another one is that everyone wants integrated or event-based ticketing, but no one wants to essentially pay for it. Can we, as a council, look to our regional economic development levy and add it onto there? Because it's, from what you've said in the paper, it's it's not a lot of money, but it actually has a lot of bang for buck and a lot of sort of public good, event, host responsibility. It's, there's many value adds to it. Is there any way that could be a conversation we can start? And then it's locked in, and then every event that we have in that tier 1 and 2 space isn't having to be negotiated on a case-by-case basis.
Through you, the chair, yes, that's incredibly good feedback. From our perspective, we've had a lot of bilateral discussions with event providers, stadiums, Wellington NZ, the ticketing providers themselves, like the Ticketex of the world. Long story short, nobody essentially wants to pay. And everybody points to each other to be the one that needs to pay. So when we talk to the Hurricanes, they talked about Wellington City Council, and when we talk to Wellington City Council, they talk about we only have a very small sponsorship policy. So I think taking a more universal approach, if there's a way that we can have a single source of potential funding, and if we can lobby or find ways and means, perhaps some of them being political, to access those funds, I think it would be a more streamlined solution than what we're currently seeing, which is, I think it's whipping the hat around and asking everybody to pay, and that doesn't seem to be a very effective way to run a policy at the moment.
I guess my request is, with whatever option that we decide on today, could one of the actions be that we look at some modelling and analysis on what the fractional cost would be on the regional levy, where it's actually a very material thing that we get, and Wellington NZ, whoever the event holder is, ourselves and any other parties don't have to keep going round and round and round about this, and we have those tier 1 and 2 events covered, end of.
Yes, we can explore that.
Councillor Elder.
Is it fair to say that this only actually applies to trains? Because when people catching buses or ferries, they tag on, tag off. But trains are the Metlink service that can't be controlled because it's too hard for the train manager to walk down and check everyone's card on the way.
Through the chair, I think there comes a point even on buses where the amount of people we're moving and that smooth flow and the experience they have, they need just to get on the bus as well as just get on the train. It does take time to tag on, tag off. Even if it's a matter of seconds, if we're putting 100 people on a double decker times X number of seconds, that holds that congestion. Yeah.
I think we see around events, I think probably the rail is a little bit more pronounced in terms of the delays that we see, and it's also the crowd flows and clearing of the stadium. If we were to enforce fair payment from very large crowds and make sure everybody that gets on has a ticket, that could have quite significant impacts. And from an event experience perspective, being able to leave the event quickly is part and parcel of the time that you enjoy, as is the ability to not think about how you get a ticket to and from the event because it's obviously prepared. So there's quite a big customer experience piece in there. But yes, the buses do get delayed, and we do see the buses getting delayed around particularly large events. And it's the events that will all clear at the same time, like when you have 35,000 people in the stadium and they all leave within 10 minutes, because no network in the world is going to be designed for 35,000 people just going one direction or a couple of directions in 10 minutes. So it certainly helps us from an operational perspective.
So do we have any metrics on which we can do the analysis? I mean, there's only one Super Rugby final a year. I haven't seen the cake tin that full in a long, long time. So how many events per year and how many people per event typically are we looking at subsidising?
So at a high level, there's probably about 5 events a year where the stadium gets over about 30,000 people. So this year we've had Ed Sheeran, the Hurricanes, the NRL Anzac Day game as well. So they're 3 that just spring to mind.
So what sort of numbers that involve, and what does the sort of subsidy per person or per ticket holder?
So I think some of the key assumptions we did also review at the workshop, and the assumptions of crowd. So there's about 5 large events, and I think the total, I think it was around about 150,000 ticket holders is essentially what this policy is looking at the moment. There's quite a large amount of variability, because if we host a World Cup event, then we could suddenly have very full stadiums for a number of days in a row. So this is why this policy at the moment could vary, and we've given a range between about I think it's $400,000 to about $900,000, and that very large range reflects we sometimes have had World Cups in the past, and other years we might have only 4 or 5 major events. So it's quite variable, but I think we're looking in the range of about 150,000 at the moment. Could go quite a lot higher in terms of total number of people, particularly at the stadium.
Given that data, would it be? I'm sorry, I don't remember if this came up at the workshop, but would it be feasible to look at an overall fare increase for Metlink and then not have to worry about integrated ticketing? Just average that cost of providing that service to 1 million people a year across the total number of passengers in Metlink, and put all fares up by 5 cents.
I guess, through you, the chair, I guess that is an approach that cost could be absorbed, but once again, it's a similar decision to essentially moving the cost onto rates, or you can move it onto fair paying. Those are 2 solutions that we have the ability to do. And then there's a discussion about sort of user pays and the benefit of who's receiving the benefit of that travel. And a lot of that benefit, some of it might go down to the event provider and the people that attend the event, and should that cost be borne by other people, essentially. So it's a mechanism that could work, but perhaps one that might not be as equitable as others.
Hang on a sec. Councillor Duthie, then Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. One of the proposed recommendations seeks to include the harbour ferry in integrated ticketing. Can you please just briefly outline the pros and cons of that, and why Metlink is recommending including the ferry?
Through you, the chair, good question. The harbour ferry previously was on a separate contracting model, so we didn't control the fares. So it was gone from a gross to net contract. So essentially that means that the fare revenue was collected by the ferry, so we didn't have the ability to say that their fares were free. We do now under the new contracting model, and in essence the integrated fare policy that we're proposing today would be network universal. I think that was one of the principles we said. Doesn't matter how you get to the stadium, you can take bus, ferry, rail, and it will be free and included in your pass. We don't think it will be a huge number of people that will uptake that ability, because obviously the ferry doesn't have particularly high patronage. But if the councillors feel as though it's something that's not required, we certainly can remove it. From our perspective, we just wanted to make sure that the policy was universal to public transport on the day. So we could say empirically to any person that's actively seeking integrated ticketing, whether it's a World Cup group, that all public transport in the city is free, which is often the requirement of hosting a World Cup event. I'm not sure if that made sense. Hopefully it does.
Yeah, a second question. While it's a few years away yet, do you anticipate that the 2 Hornell trains, whether they're coming from Masterton or Palmerston North, would be included?
I think again, some of the requirements of World Cup bids require free public transport, and we can't necessarily put caveats on what forms of public transport may or may not be free, as far as I'm aware. So I think that the short answer to that is probably yes, but we can check. But the reason would be so that we would qualify for those World Cup bids by having a full public transport service that would be free.
Councillor Johnson.
Okay. I've just got a couple of questions. So the total cost per year is about how much? Because when you said 900,000, you're talking 900,000 people or dollars? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, so that's probably the upper end of the foregone revenue.
Yeah.
So when we offer a free trip on public transport and we don't ask those commuters to pay for their trip to and from the event, at the upper end, we would probably lose about $900,000 of revenue. On a typical or low year, which might be this year, we'd be looking closer to about, I think it was 480 to 500,000.
Okay. So taking it a little bit further, Wellington NZ is charged with looking at economic impact in the region. There's two things that I wonder if we shouldn't ask. The first is whether or not, as a council, we should pretty much insist that there be if we're going to give $6 million, that a percentage actually go to these sorts of events, so that we're not looking, because the ratepayer is already subsidising them. So why should we subsidise more or add extra cost? So I think that we should really look at that, but we should also ask them about economic impact, because if I look at hurricanes and what you guys did through Metlink, absolutely fabulous, and it made everyone feel good. But I would challenge that the actual economic impact, the money that that came in due to you transporting people, is limited to the price of the ticket and those that bought drinks and food at the stadium. Very few probably wandered off into town, but I think that we should be looking at the actual economic impact and think more laterally about WNZ and ask them to do some real thinking about this, because I think it's important, but I don't want to see more money put onto the ratepayer, and I do want to see this to continue, but we need to understand that impact if it's at all possible, because if it's a value, then let's use the money we already get.
Yeah, so through you, the chair, I think we've got to catch up with Wellington NZ in technically 12 minutes. So we'll raise that matter with the chief executive. Then I think that's very front foremost of our mind. And from our perspective, there's the economic benefit. Also, who pays for the economic benefit? Is it Wellington City? Is it Wellington NZ? Is it ourselves? Is it the user? And there's this sort of coat of arms where everyone points at each other. That's the frustrating part, which is why a more elegant sort of a single point of person that becomes responsible for that funding would be quite useful if we can find it.
Nigel?
Yeah, just the council, we've absolutely having that conversation with Wellington NZ. It's absolutely the right conversation to have, but as Tim has said a couple of times, the multiple conversations need to happen at the same time to integrate that with everyone who's got some skin in the game is absolutely the next step. And the team is off to see Mark soon. I know Councillor Saw's also seen Wellington NZ, and how we then integrate that into WCC, the stadium, and potentially others as well is exactly the kind of the next step, because otherwise it won't be resolved in a satisfactory way. So you're absolutely right around Wellington NZ as well.
Councillor Duthie, have you got a further question?
I do, thank you. Question relates to the three options. Option 2 is a bit unusual because it's just a $1, a single dollar figure, $2, and whereas option 3 is a much wider range of 4 to 6. Option 2 a more moderate range. First question is there a reason why they're not sort of equal ranges? There's a difference in the way that the options are calibrated there. And secondly, if we went with option 2, could it actually have a bit of range, so you have some flexibility and leverage around $3 to $4 per ticket in that middle ground?
Through you, the chair, certainly. I think we've sort of gone with options, but in most instances, is it like a continuum of prices that you could be on? You go from pretty much $0 to $8, where you'd be over recovering essentially above the normal ticket price. So certainly we could sort of frame it in whatever way we wanted. So happy to make the amendments. Option 1 was really the range that we had historically offered in, so it's just basically it was a do nothing case. Option 2 was we decided that we would go for a halfway house, which was we understand there's economic benefits and operational benefits, but we can't keep subsidising at $1, and $3 was seen as a halfway house. And then you've got your $4 to $6, which is getting close to complete cost recovery, but it would also potentially make us uneconomic in specific bids for events. So therein lies the rub, and I guess we're happy to change those ranges or have a continuum of any figure that's in between. That's more than easy to do. So more than happy.
A supplementary question there. When we approve this, does that information become effectively public or in policy somewhere, which would make it very difficult for Metlink to negotiate something more than $3 if we've approved $3? You see my point for allowing a bit more flexibility for leverage if it's a public thing, which it is public paper. So I guess it is public is the answer to my own question.
Through you, the chair, that's a very good point. I think from our perspective, we've struggled to get more than $1, so we were thinking that anything at $3 and above would be a very good starting point for us. Given that we also struggle to collect fares sometimes when events get too big, so we sort of $3 would be a level that officers would be particularly happier with. Maybe $4 would be even better. So happy with the range suggestion. We could move it from 3 to 4. That's a potential option. Although once we start going above 4, I think we're into the territory of things becoming quite contentious for various event providers. So yes, no, we can definitely expand the range if that's what the council wants.
Okay, thanks, Quentin. Further questions? Councillor Saw.
Just in terms of the
Rhodes.
sorry, did I
Yeah.
echo? Just wanted to understand the recommendation to change the cap from 10,000 to 5,000. Given that we're struggling to sort of even do those tier 1, 2 things, what's the rationale behind lowering it when my sense would be like, let's just get the big stuff done well?
Through you, the chair. I think we took feedback from a workshop session that a review of the event size, and I think the takeaway was we'd like to encourage smaller and more community-based events. So if we go down to a threshold of 5,000, we start capturing those sort of tier 2 events a little bit more. And we also noted that the Hurricanes, while they keep telling us they expect crowds of 10,000 people, they have struggled to get to that level as well. So we're seeing that $5,000 may collect more of our regular events and some of our fairly significant sports team events as well.
And Tim, can you just walk me through what our ability is to understand, I guess, patronage metrics and data at the moment? Had Councillor Elder ask questions around which events trigger it and when, we have sort of operational capacity constraints and so forth. Just curious to know, do we have any sense of uptake when we have offered it previously? What the elasticity is in the current model, where if we do a per price ticket, how is that, like if you have, say for example, the Hurricanes, we had 33,000 people there, how do we know how many people actually used the free public transport that we offered, that kind of thing? And if we are to put it, in future where we expect an event promoter to contribute to it, is it based on tickets sold or is it estimates? Have we done any of that with it?
Yeah, so I think we covered a little bit at the workshop a few weeks ago. It's a very good question. It's very hard to tell who uses event integrated ticketing, because the whole essence of integrated ticketing is you don't tag on and tag off, and the minute you don't tag on and tag off, we have no data. So the great thing is we have a solution to that coming potentially next year as part of the NTS, so we can actually sell a barcode. So when somebody agrees to event-based ticketing, they'll get a barcode on their ticket, which will be a Metlink barcode, which you can tag on and tag off with the barcode. So that'll give us all the information that we need. We have looked at the passenger high count, so not everything's ticketing data. We do record how many people get on and off the trains, and we are aware on buses, and based on that we put some estimates together. It depends highly on the type of event and the time of day, but it's typically around about 50% of people that go to the stadium for a well-patronised event will try and use public transport due to parking constraints and a variety of other factors.
So just a couple of follow-ups from there. If we are to have the NTS solution, number one, is there any possibility that that might get downscoped, given none of us have, sorry if I'm speaking for everyone else, but I don't have a great lot of confidence in the project. So is this something we're sure to get, or is it going to be out of scope for whatever minimum viable product we get as number one? And number two, surely that validating will also slow down boardings as well. So just trying to understand that.
Yeah, good point. So probably will. So having to scan will slow down the boarding. So the operational benefits, while there are other benefits associated with it, you will probably get more operational complexities. And it is in our critical specifications for the NTS, so we expect it to be delivered, and we've contractually signed a scope of work for the NTS team for that functionality to be delivered.
Okay, we've got Councillor Rhodes and then Councillor Johnston.
Quick one then. I'm puzzled about the 5,000 threshold there, because I suppose if you go down to 5,000, that increases the subsidy that we're handing out to everybody. Is that kind of, and if you put the price up to $3, does one cancel out each other so you're left with a sort of status quo in terms of revenue? Increase losses on the 5,000 because of the 5,000, put the price up to $3. Does one cancel out the loss so we're no better off?
I think there probably would be a degree of fair revenue loss at 5,000, and I think $3 will partially replace that. So I guess the argument's the same again, as we are seeing a small reduction in the net fair revenue by offering $3 or $4 and not asking for $6, which is the average amount we need to claim. And then you have to weigh that off against the various social and economic benefits of the event itself. So I think we're not necessarily wedded to 5,000. We're comfortable to keep the RPTP policy of 10,000, noticing that the catch net for 5,000 will be much greater than the 10,000 level. And that gives this council more opportunity to support smaller community events, perhaps, that aren't quite at that sort of stadium threshold. But we're not wedded to it, so we're more than happy to consider the size, and that's obviously one of the resolutions that you might want to consider that can be amended.
Okay, Councillor Johnston.
Just thinking about scanning, slowing people down, and I think there's a lot of people, maybe it's just old people, but we all have these coupon things that you get a free coffee if you are a good patron. Why wouldn't we actually say those that hold the integrated ticket can travel for free on a transport? So it actually encourages them to use public transport at other times, and because they're actually really good customers, that we actually allow them to travel for free for events. But if they're not your regular customers, you charge them. Just saying, there may be another way to actually improve our public transport usage as well by using a chicken and egg thing. Just a thought.
Yeah, through you, the Chair, I think this is we will have one more NTS, I suspect, this year in terms of the functionality of the NTS before we go live, and that might be something that's worth considering, what sort of products that we use to incentivise travel. I don't believe that type of product currently exists in scope, but we'd have to look at it as officers to see if there's something we could adapt to encourage that travel behaviour. But at the moment, I don't think it's in scope, but we could look at it.
Presumably it potentially does, Tim, if we went down the route of fare capping, which we've talked about in the past. Most events are on a Friday or a Saturday, some on a Sunday. If the fare capping starts on a Monday, by the time you get there and you're a regular user, i.e. you're being rewarded, your travel would generally be free anyway on what we talked about, I think, where at some stage notionally 4 days and then your 5th day is free.
I think that's this point. I think we mentioned that at the beginning of this week. That it's a very good point, Darren. If we do have fare capping, the policy would be very well suited to start at the beginning of the week on a Monday, and it does two things. By the time the weekend comes, the travel's free, but it's also Friday as well. You might have free travel, and both of those or all of those days is when we have the capacity already on our network. So we have space to get additional people on. So if we're going to encourage free travel, it's best to do it in the weekend and perhaps on Friday as well. So yes, fare capping would probably do 90% of the job.
in that case, the question might then turn to actually driving events to Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays, and saying if you want free, those are your days. Yeah. Okay. Good range of questions there, everybody. There are 3 options in the paper, and so whoever stands forward to move the paper will need to specify which of those options they are looking to stand behind. And is that you, Councillor Saw? Okay.
I mean, I'm happy to move the paper, and I'm happy to support option 2, so long as some of those actions that we've requested are followed through promptly, and some other additional ones that probably are more operational than needing to be noted as recommendations.
Yep. Okay. Do you have a seconder?
No.
Oh, Councillor Rhodes. Okay. Do you wish to speak to the paper? Either of you?
Yep, I do. I think it's such a tiny amount of money that we're spending so much time on that actually has really massive benefits. And it's one of those things that I think is really great sort of front-facing material experience for people in our region and for events. I think we will get there by getting all the parties together and just understanding everyone's positions. Events promotion is really tight at the moment, so there's nothing that can be squeezed out of there, but that comes out of promoters not understanding the benefits and the costs of public transport. Similarly, some of our agencies also don't quite understand that either, but I think there is a way forward that this will just become business as usual, and we can have more people, like you go to the supermarket and you get the taster, around tasting days. Maybe this sort of integrated ticketing and event-based ticketing is a way of introducing parts of our community who've never tried public transport before to give it a go.
Sounds like Kinners on a bus. Right, anybody else wish to speak to the paper? No? All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? None? Oh, you just come back on, Quentin. I've taken you as a yes. Paper passed. Excellent. Thank you. Now we're going to move into public excluded. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, for that? Councillor Macarini and Councillor Connolly. All those in favour, please say aye. Those opposed? Aye. No. And yeah, so I'm going to, got a before the deluge thing that I need to think about. Ros is going to be your chair. But Nigel just wants to test with you the workshop that is still scheduled to come after this and whether we can truncate some of that.
Just before you do that, can Quentin just check with Quentin is in a place where he can't be overheard?
Are you in a safe place, Quentin, where you can't be overheard?
I am.
Oh, there you go. Are you satisfied, Mr. Belter? Okay.
All right, thanks,
Nigel.
Councillor. Just a bit